Mr. Clerk, please record.
There's a quorum present, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Do you have any items for the record?
Yes, thank you. A new resolution, LR 467 by Senator Duncan, that will be laid over. And that's all I have, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. We'll proceed to the first item on this afternoon's agenda.
Mr. President, when the body left LB 1331, there was a motion from Senator Michaela Cavanaugh to reconsider the vote to indefinitely postpone the bill.
Seeing no one in the queue, Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, you're recognized to close on your motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, colleagues. Hope people had a nice lunch. So I didn't have a plan for this bill, and I agree with some parts of the committee amendment and disagree with other parts. But we'll go to a vote on this, and then the committee amendment will come up. So things will start moving forward. I don't know if I think there's other amendments filed. I appreciate those that engaged in conversation this morning. One of our colleagues just asked me, so what's going to happen now? And the answer is nothing. Reading the letter was what happened. That was it. I did file a motion to suspend the rules and for censure, but it is up to the speaker to take that up, which is why I filed the resolution to begin with. So if the speaker chooses to take it up, then we will have that debate. Otherwise, the reading of the letter is what we got. So thank you, Mr. President. I yield the remainder of my time.
The question is the motion to reconsider. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
0 ayes, 24 nays on the motion to reconsider, Mr. President.
The motion is not adopted. Mr. Clerk, returning to the bill.
Mr. President, Legislative Bill 1331, introduced by Senator Merman. It's a bill for an act relating to education to amend Section 79, 201, 205, 206, 207, 210, 1107, and 1108.03, reissue revised statutes of Nebraska, section 79-209, 237, 8150, 10141, 1108.02, and 79-11-159 revised statutes, cumulative supplement 2022, and section 79-101, 238, 239, 729, 8145.1, 79-1054, 10150, 3501, 3602, and 3703 revised statute supplement 2023 to redefine terms, to change provisions, terminology, duties, and penalties related to truancy and attendance, to change powers and duties relating to the State Department of Education, State Board of Education, and Commissioner of Education, to change provisions relating to applications and requirements for option students, high school graduation requirements, alternative teacher certification programs, student loan repayment assistance, innovation and improvement, grant programs established by the State Board of Education, the Summer Food Service Program, special education expenditures, programs for learners with high ability, behavioral health points of contact, state lottery funds used for education, behavioral awareness training, and the College Pathway Program, to harmonize provisions to eliminate an innovation grant program established by the department, and a mental health first aid training program, to repeal original provisions and to repeal outright section 79-11-160 revised statute supplement 2023. The bill was first read on January 17th of this year. It was referred to the Education Committee. The Education Committee placed the bill on general file with committee amendments.
Senator Armendariz would like to recognize 52 fourth graders that were up in the south balcony. They have since left, but they were from Masters Elementary in Omaha, Nebraska. Senator Raybold would also like to recognize 80 students, fourth graders from Randolph Elementary in Lincoln, Nebraska. They are in the north balcony. Please stand and be recognized. Senator Merman, you've been recognized to open on the bill. You're now recognized to open on the committee amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee amendment, AM 3313, totally replaces the bill LB 1331. And we've actually been talking about the committee amendment all morning. And what the committee amendment does is front loads the credits of property tax relief, 1107 relief that property taxpayers were getting through a credit on their income tax. And instead of that happening, the property tax relief proportionally goes to the school districts or the local units of government where the property is located. So in other words, property tax relief is front loaded, and you will not have to, taxpayer will not have to have a accountant try and figure out what that relief is. It'll go directly to the schools. And then with the other legislation that's passed, we'll be assured of property tax relief. The other thing it does is increase foundation aid. Last year, foundation aid was established at $1,500 per student. That'll be doubled and increased to $3,000 per student, $1,500 more per student. So with that, I appreciate all the work that the Education Committee has done in getting this all together and passing it out 8-0. We actually have been working on this starting late last summer or early fall, and this is the bill and the amendment that we've come up with. So I appreciate your green vote on AM 3313. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Merman. Senator Erdman, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon. So I had maybe made a comment about this. I want to do it again today. They were working on this 1333 and 388 since September. And I'm not sure exactly what the holdup was, but when you bring bills this significant and 388 and you start in September, it would be my understanding, knowing that the session starts in January, that those bills would be prepared and ready to go when we hit the ground running in January, 1st of January. And here we are, day 54, and we've seen 388 on day 51. And I'm not blaming Senator Merman or Linehan, but I'm just saying that if I were organizing this and I was the governor and I had put together a committee, there would have been a charge to say, we have to have this ready to go when we hit the ground in January. So we have a little time left, and we have a pretty significant bill in front of us. And we have made adjustments to TIOSA more times than I want to count. And so we're going to do that again. The TIOSA formula is broken. It has been broken from the very first day because it's so complicated. Very few, if any, can understand the application thereof. So if people would have taken the liberty to read LB 79 that we introduced a year ago, and then we amended it by Amendment 314, which talked about the EPIC option, how we were going to fund schools. There is a whole new proposal there on how to fund schools that eliminates TIOSA, and it's a very objective formula. There is a provision for each school to get a basic funding according to the needs, how many classes they have and how many students they have. There's an education fund that if you have more students or growth, you can have a greater budgetary authority. There is one for building new facilities. There's one to account for special ed. All of that is very objective, and it's an LB 79 amended by 314. And obviously, few, maybe a handful, has even taken the time to review that. We wouldn't be talking about this today because as we worked with a couple of three superintendents to put this proposal together, the question they had was, will you be able to, under the EPIC option, make a monthly distribution to our school instead of twice a year like we currently do? And the answer was yes. And their response was, if you can make a monthly distribution, it helps my cash flow tremendously. The second question was, will you be able to tell me on July 1st what my budget will be for the year? And I answered, yes, we can. They said that is an advantage as well because we really don't know what our revenue will be until they set the valuation, which is the last week in September. So there are several provisions in the EPIC option that solves a lot of the issues that we're speaking about today. But no one has taken the time to read it. No one has taken the time to ask questions. No one has taken the time to try to negotiate with me if they didn't like what they read. But they just keep moving forward with doing the same things that we've done year after year after year. This has got to be maybe the 60th or 70th time we've adjusted TIOSA since it went into effect. We keep doing that every year. We'll do it again next year. You will. I won't be here. And the year after, and the year after that, I can guarantee it because that's what we've always done. And so it's very difficult to come on day 54 with a bill this significant. But yesterday was an interesting vote on 388. And as I was analyzing how to vote on that, it came to me that if we didn't pass 388 passed general file yesterday, this bill would have never seen the light of day because it wouldn't have been necessary. So we have 1331 in front of us, which is
Time.
supposedly, well, thank you.
Seeing no one else in the queue, Senator Merman, you're recognized to close on the amendment. Senator Merman waives. Colleagues, the question before the body is the adoption of AM 3313. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. There's been a request to place the House under call. The question is, shall the House go under call? All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
27 ayes, 3 nays to place the House under call.
The House is under call. Senators, please record your presence. Those unexcused senators outside the chamber, please return to the chamber and record your presence. All unauthorized personnel, please leave the floor. The House is under call. Senator Day, Senator McKinney, Senator Koff, the House is under call. Please return to the chamber. Senator Day, please return to the chamber. The House is under call. All members are present. A machine vote has been started. Senator Merman, will you take call-ins? Senator Merman will.
Senator Wayne voting yes. Senator Clements voting yes. Senator Boson voting yes. Senator Albright voting yes. Senator McDonald voting yes. Senator John Kavanaugh voting yes.
Why not? Okay, do,
Senator Mosher voting yes.
and then, yeah.
Yeah. Senator Dover voting yes.
You had done Albright.
Okay.
Yes. Okay, so cancel.
Cancel vote.
There has been a request for a roll call vote. Mr. Clerk, please do the roll call.
Senator Aguilar. Voting yes. Senator Albright. Voting yes. Senator Arch. Voting yes. Senator Armendariz. Voting yes. Senator Ballard. Voting yes. Senator Blood. Voting yes. Senator Boson. Voting yes. Senator Bostar. Voting yes. Senator Bosselman. Voting yes. Senator Brandt. Voting yes. Senator Brewer. Voting yes. Senator John Kavanaugh. Voting yes. Senator Michaela Kavanaugh. Not voting. Senator Clements. Voting yes. Senator Conrad. Voting yes. Senator Day. Voting yes. Senator DeBoer. Voting yes. Senator DeKay. Voting yes. Senator Dorn. Voting yes. Senator Dover. Voting yes. Senator Dungan. Voting yes. Senator Erdman. Voting yes. Senator Frederickson. Voting yes. Senator Halloran. Voting yes. Senator Hansen. Voting yes. Senator Hardin. Voting yes. Senator Holdcroft. Voting yes. Senator Holdcroft voting yes. Senator Hughes. Voting yes. Senator Hunt. Voting yes. Senator Ibach. Voting yes. Senator Jacobson. Voting yes. Senator Kauff. Voting yes. Senator Linehan. Voting yes. Senator Lippincott. Voting yes. Senator Lowe. Voting yes. Senator McDonald. Voting yes. Senator McKinney. Voting yes. Senator Meyer. Voting yes. Senator Mosier. Voting yes. Senator Merman. Voting yes. Senator Raybold. Senator Reapy. Voting yes. Senator Sanders. Voting yes. Senator Slama. Voting yes. Senator Vargas. Voting yes. Senator Von Gillerin. Voting yes. Senator Walls. Voting yes. Senator Wayne. Voting yes. Senator Wishart. Voting yes. 47 ayes, no nays, Mr. President, on the adoption of the committee amendment.
AM 3313 is adopted. Mr. Clerk, raise the call.
Mr. President, I have an amendment. Senator Merman would move to amend with AM 2474.
Senator Merman wishes to withdraw. So done. Without objection. Next item, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, the next item is floor amendment 327 from Senator Dungan. I have a note that he wishes to withdraw that.
So done. It is withdrawn.
Mr. President, the next item is AM 3264 by Senator Merman.
So done. It is withdrawn.
The next item I have is a motion from Senator Michaela Kavanaugh to bracket the bill.
Senator Michaela Kavanaugh, you're recognized to open.
Mr. President, I have nothing further to the bill.
Seeing no one else in the queue, Senator Merman, you're recognized to close. Senator Wayne, for what reason do you rise?
Motion being taken down.
Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, you had a motion on the floor.
I can withdraw it and the next one.
So ordered without objection. Mr. Clerk,
Mr. President, I have nothing further on the bill.
seeing no one else in the queue, Senator Merman, you're recognized to close on LB 1331.
Well, the amendment 3313 replaces the bill, so I will appreciate your green vote on LB 1331.
Colleagues, the motion before the legislature is the adoption of LB 1331. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Have all voted that care to? Mr. Clerk, record.
45 ayes, no nays on the advancement of LB 1331, Mr. President.
LB 1331 is adopted. Mr. Clerk, next item.
Mr. President, the next item is LB 1331A by Senator Merman. It's a bill for an act relating to appropriations to appropriate funds to aid in the carrying out the provisions of Legislative Bill 1331. The bill was first read on March 25th of this year. It was placed on general file.
Senator Merman, you're recognized to open. LB 1331A is simply the A bill on 1331. I'd appreciate your green vote.
Seeing no one else in the queue, Senator Merman, you're recognized to close. Senator Merman waves. Colleagues, the question before the body is the adoption of LB 1331A. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Have all voted that care to? Mr. Clerk, record.
38 ayes, no nays on the advancement of LB 1331A.
LB 1331A is adopted. Mr. Clerk, next item.
Mr. President, Legislative Bill 233, introduced by Senator John Cavanaugh. Bill for an act relating to child support enforcement to amend sections 43.512, 43.512.07, and 68.17.13 revised reissued statutes of Nebraska, and section 68.1201 to provide for the child support payment disregard, to eliminate child support income for purposes of determining eligibility for the Aid of Dependent Children program, to require implementation of a child support disregard policy, to harmonize provisions, and to repeal the original sections. The bill was read for the first time on January 10th, 2023. And
You got two after me.
oh, the bill was referred to the Committee on Health and Human Services. That committee reports the bill back to general file. There are committee amendments, Mr. President.
Senator John Kavanaugh, you're recognized to open on the bill.
In light of the fact there's a committee amendment and an amendment to the committee amendment, I would waive my open so we can move on to the amendments.
As the clerk stated, there are committee amendments. Senator Hansen, you're recognized to open on the committee amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, I'll describe a little more about the committee amendment. I'm sure Senator John Kavanaugh will then expound a little more on the amendments as a whole and how they pertain to the bill. So right now, we're looking at the committee amendment 2064. It was voted out of HHS committee on a 7-0 vote, and it clarifies that the child support income disregard only applies to the determination of ADC eligibility and not SNAP and LIHEAP. Specifically, this amendment strikes the original provisions of the bill and inserts the following new provisions. 1, renumbers the subdivisions to make consistent with new amendment. Section 2 requires DHHS beginning January 1st, 2025 to pay the recipients of any payments, aid, or assistance the current child support collected pursuant to assignment. Such payments shall not be considered income for the purposes of calculating a recipient's eligibility for assistance. DHHS shall disregard the amount of child support paid to the recipient in calculating the amount of the recipient's monthly assistant payment. Section 3 requires income from child support to not be included in determining assets or income when determined eligibility of ADC. Section 4 requires DHHS to implement the policy of adopting a child support disregard described in this amendment. And Section 5 is this repealer section. So, again, the committee amendment, along with what Senator John Kavanaugh is trying to do with his amendment as a whole with the bill, he can touch on more, but I would respectfully ask for a green vote on this amendment, and I'm in favor of LB 233 as well. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Hansen. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, Senator John Kavanaugh would amend the standing committee amendments with AM 3338.
Senator John Kavanaugh, you're recognized to open.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, colleagues. I want to start by thanking Chair Hansen and the members of the Health and Human Services Committee for kicking this bill out a year after it had its hearing, after we did some more work on it. And I appreciate Senator Hansen's introduction on AM 2064, which fixed some of the mistakes that we had in the original drafting of the bill. We all learn, these bills need to be done in iterative processes where they need to be improved. So 2064 improves on the original bill, and I appreciate the committee kicking that out 7-0. AM 3338 represents the work that I've done since the bill was kicked out to work with the department and the governor's office to get this bill in a form that will actually be something they can execute for us. So, and I appreciate Speaker Arch making this a speaker priority. So this amendment makes 2 changes to the committee amendment. First, in response to the request from the department for a delayed implementation date to ensure sufficient time to make necessary changes to their computer system, the amendment would change the implementation date from January 1st, 2025 to July 1st, 2026. So giving them a year and a half of extra time to get this implemented at their request. Second, in response to a request from the governor's office, this amendment would put a cap on the amount of the child support income that is passed through and disregarded when calculating households' eligibility for ADC programs. When calculating their ADC benefits, the amendment would cap the pass-through and the disregard at $100 for a family with 1 child and $200 for a family with 2 or more children. So what this bill does, just so you all understand where we're at, if somebody applies for ADC and they are a single parent household, they have to identify who the non-custodial parent is, and then the state is required to go after the non-custodial parent to establish a child support order. Once they do that, then that non-custodial parent has to pay child support into the state. Currently, when that non-custodial parent pays that child support, the state keeps it, does not go to the support of the child. So what this bill does, as fully implemented with all the amendments, would say in that situation, if you have 1 child, the state will pass through $100 to the custodial parent to take for the care of the child. If you have 2 children or more, the state will pass through $200. So it caps that amount. So no matter how big the child support order is, we're only passing through that amount. It also caps the amount that can be that will be disallowed or not used for eligibility requirements. So we say the $200 we're passing through is not assessed against folks for eligibility requirements. This is important for a number of reasons. One of them is, in these situations, families are not always getting the money, meaning that the non-custodial parent is not paying that money. But this bill stands for one simple principle, and that is that when a parent pays money for the support of their child, the state should not take that money. That money should go for the support and welfare of the child. That's what this bill does. It has a lot of intricacies and complexities that I've learned along the way by working with the department and the governor's office, and I really appreciate their willingness to work on this to get it to this point. But that intricacy and interplay with federal money and how it's accounted for is solved by AM 3338. So if you think that when a parent pays money for the support of their child, it should actually go for the support of the child, you should vote for AM 3338, AM 2064, and LB 33. If you think the government should take that money, then by all means vote against the bill. But I think we all agree that when a parent pays for the support of their child, that it should actually go for the support of their child. I would say I've had a few questions about the fiscal note, and we'll have the A bill after this. The fiscal note as written is still under the original bill, which is LB 233. The fiscal note, when we advance this bill, is going to be substantially smaller, and with the delayed implementation should have no general fund impact in the current biennium. But the fiscal note will go down by tens of millions of dollars into somewhere in the couple 100,000 range, I think. We don't know exactly until we get there, but that's with all of these amendments, with the constraints on the top end, with the delayed implementation, the cost is substantially decreased. So I'd ask for your green vote on AM 3338, AM 2064, and LB 233, and I'd be happy to take any questions if anybody had them. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator John Kavanaugh. Senator Conrad, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, colleagues. I rise in support of the amendments and the underlying legislation that my friend Senator John Kavanaugh has brought forward. I am a proud co-sponsor of this measure and have been working, I think, on these issues, I think, for most of my professional life. As many of you know, I started off my career as a baby lawyer, working as a policy advocate at Nebraska Appleseed, both as a law clerk and then right out of school helping to develop their policy program on behalf of low-income working families and new immigrants. And that experience was, of course, formative in terms of my understanding about how to interface with this legislative body to advance justice and equity and pull levers of power to make sure that working men and women and vulnerable Nebraskans perhaps had an opportunity for strong advocates and strong voices in the halls of power on policies like this to make sure that they had an opportunity to succeed, which benefits all of us. Additionally, after doing that work as a policy advocate and a public interest attorney helping families navigate the public interest or public benefit system, I then, of course, was elected to the Nebraska Legislature, and my district in North Lincoln is historically and presently one of the districts in greatest needs in terms of families living in poverty. And so these issues strike close to my heart, but are critically important for my district as well. That's why I was proud to join Senator Michaela Kavanaugh, Senator John Kavanaugh, and then myself had a trio of bills pending before the Health and Human Services Committee to hopefully finally bring some much needed attention and action to Nebraska's lack of attention and action to address and update our TANF program and other work support programs. And that lack of attention and action had led to Nebraska becoming an extreme outlier in terms of not utilizing our allocation of federal funds for these critical family work support programs, instead just stashing them into a quote unquote rainy day fund, which piled up and piled up and piled up. So after great hearings on those 3 bills last year before the Health and Human Services Committee, I was proud to bring forward interim studies to continue the conversation. And I passed out an article to each of you today that appeared in the Nebraska Examiner covering one of the interim studies that we had this fall, actually before the Appropriations Committee, because the TANF Rainy Day Fund became such a big flashpoint in our budget discussions last year as well. And I wanted to make sure that senators, both on Health and Human Services and on Appropriations, had a chance to think more deeply about the issues in the interim period. We heard from an incredible set of testifiers, the Nebraska Catholic Conference, State Auditor Mike Foley, and Voices for Children, who came forward to talk about the need to make program adjustments and evolve our work support programs in Nebraska to address the fact that we're an extreme outlier when it comes to TANF rainy day funds piling up, and that we're seeing some real red flags in the program. When these programs were started in the mid-90s, there were roughly 15,000 families or so that were utilizing these work support programs. Thank you, Mr. President. Over time, for a variety of reasons, and not all bad, you've seen a precipitous decline to today only about 3,000 of the most needy families getting this direct support from the state. And today, only about 30% of the funds that we get returned to us from the government, our taxpayer funds returned to us, which are meant to support needy families, are actually going to needy families. So that's problematic in a lot of respects. But this is one common sense issue that I think we can come together on and find consensus to at least make sure the state of Nebraska stops ripping off child support payments for low-income working families in the administration of this program. So I'd urge your support. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Conrad. Seeing no one else in the queue, Senator John Kavanaugh, you're recognized to close on AM 3338.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Conrad, for that context. And I had forgotten, I was remiss in not bringing up the interim study hearing. And I appreciate everyone that's encouraged me along the way on this bill. There was that hearing, and I've heard from many of you who heard about this unfair situation where parents think they're paying for the support of their child and this government's taking it. So this is an opportunity to correct it in a small way and to help, as Senator Conrad said, those stop taking money from those most needy working Nebraskans. And we can help in that regard, help lift people out of poverty. We can make our system work better, and we can make sure that parents who think they're supporting their children the children are actually getting the benefit of that support. So I would encourage your vote, green vote on AM 3338 and the subsequent amendments. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator John Kavanaugh. Colleagues, the question before the body is the adoption of AM 3338. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
41 ayes, no nays on the adoption of AM 3338.
AM 3338 is adopted. Seeing no one in the queue, Senator Hansen, you're recognized to close on AM 2064. Senator Hansen waves. Colleagues, the question before the body is the adoption of AM 2064. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Mr. Clerk, record.
41 ayes, no nays on the adoption of AM 2064.
AM 2064 is adopted. Seeing no one in the queue, Senator John Kavanaugh, you're recognized to close on 233. Senator John Kavanaugh waves. Colleagues, the question before the body is the adoption of LB 233. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Mr. Clerk, record.
38 ayes, no nays on the advancement of LB 233.
LB 233 is advanced. Mr. Clerk, next item.
Mr. President, Legislative Bill 233A introduced by Senator John Kavanaugh. It's a bill for an act relating to appropriations to appropriate funds to aid in the carrying out the provisions of Legislative Bill 233. Bill was first read on March 25th of this year, and it was placed on general file.
Senator John Kavanaugh, you're recognized to open.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is the A bill for the bill we just advanced. And as I said in my opening remarks, this bill will come down substantially on select because of the two amendments that you just adopted. So I'd ask for you to advance this bill so we can have it on select with the other bill and then can change it when it gets there. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator John Kavanaugh. Senator Clemens, you're recognized to open.
Thank you, Mr.
Excuse me,
President. Would Senator John Kavanaugh yield to a question?
Senator John Kavanaugh, will you yield?
Yes.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. I saw that the fiscal note is $3.1 million. I didn't hear earlier if you had an estimate, what do you think it will be reduced to?
Thank you for that question. Our best estimate would be that when fully implemented, the program would cost about $195,000 a year. But again, the delayed implementation that we just adopted would mean that it won't go into effect until 2026, 2027 biennium.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Clemens and Senator John Kavanaugh. Seeing no one else in the queue, Senator John Kavanaugh, you're recognized to close. Senator John Kavanaugh waves. Colleagues, the question before the body is the advancement of LB 233A. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Mr. Clerk, record.
37 ayes, no nays on the advancement of LB 233A.
LB 233 is advanced. Mr. Clerk, next item.
Mr. President, first I have an announcement. Natural Resources Committee will hold an executive session in room 2022 at 2:30 p.m. Natural Resources Committee in room 2022 at 2:30 p.m. Also, I have two items as well. Senator Wishart has amendments to LB 993, and Senator Linehan has introduction of a new resolution, LR 468 by Senator Linehan. That will be laid over. Mr. President, General File Legislative Bill 631, introduced by Senator McKinney. It's a bill for an act relating to parole to amend sections 83-189, 83-190, and 83-196 to change the qualifications for members of the Board of Parole, to provide for removal of a member of the Board of Parole as prescribed, to change quorum requirements for hearings of the Board of Parole and provisions relating to grounds for parole, and to repeal the original sections. Bill was first read on January 18th of this year. It was referred to the Committee on Judiciary. That committee placed the bill on general file. There are committee amendments.
Senator McKinney, you're recognized to open.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, colleagues. LB 631 is a bill that I have prioritized for 2 years in a row because I strongly believe that we must make changes to our parole board and our criminal justice system. As you all might remember, prior to the introduction of LB 631 last year, there were various stories and news articles pertaining to the ineffectiveness of our state's parole board and a lack of attendance of parole board members at hearings. Ironically, after I introduced LB 631 last year, the attendance of board members changed, which you could see in the handout that was passed around a little bit ago. And before I move forward, I would like to make it clear that this isn't about any specific board member or board members. This is about my efforts to try to improve our system and the outcomes for the men and women that might go before the board in the future. Although I prioritized LB 631 last year, I was not able to get it out of committee nor debate it last year. So today I'm thankful and grateful that we can have this conversation today because these discussions are needed, most importantly, to improve our state. With time, I have worked with others to take their feedback, and through those conversations, we have an amendment today that will come up eventually that I believe improves the bill and also hopefully will improve our system going forward. And since this morning, I have had, some discussions with members of the governor's team and other individuals to try to make some additional changes to the amendment that will come before us. And I know many people might have some questions today, and it's cool. I'm okay with answering a lot of your questions. The overall premise of why I've done the amendment the way I've done it and why I introduced this bill is because the reality is the criminal justice system in the state of Nebraska has been a failure. And if we don't do something about our criminal justice system, it doesn't matter that people decided to vote to build a prison. The problem is going to persist, and we have to do more than just build our way out of the problem. And one of the ways we can address that is by looking at our parole system and trying to make sure that our parole system is operating how it's supposed to, and it's not a log jam or it's not putting up unnecessary barriers to people transitioning back into society, or it's not putting up barriers that are sending people back into our system that don't need to be there. We currently have a lot of people sitting in prison today that are way beyond their parole eligibility date, but because our system has been ineffective and these departments and agencies are sort of siloed in a lot of ways, it's not working for anybody, not for us, not for the people inside, and not for our communities. And we talk a lot about public safety in this building, but good public safety is making sure that the people that we task with running these agencies and departments are effective in doing the right job, making sure that they're showing up to work and making sure that they're serving these populations and making sure we are actually rehabilitating people and not being overly punitive for no reason, making sure that people aren't eligible for parole but sitting in prison 3 years beyond that eligibility date for whatever reason. That is why I brought this bill. That is why I brought the amendment, to try to do whatever I can as a senator to improve the system, because the system is broken and it has never worked. And we have to be honest about that. I know people are cool with being tough on crime, but the reality is being tough on crime doesn't work. If it did, we wouldn't be building a prison. And that's just the truth. We wouldn't need to be building a prison because our jails wouldn't be filled. Our prisons wouldn't be filled if being tough on crime worked. If raising crimes and penalties enhancements worked, we wouldn't be building a prison, literally. And I know people are hesitant to change and cautious of change, and it's cool, but we have to change. We cannot keep going with business as usual or the status quo, because it doesn't work, and it has not been working. The data doesn't point to it. Every report that has come out in the last 10 years has shown that the system of incarceration and criminal justice in the state of Nebraska doesn't work for anybody. Not for the people that are incarcerated, not for this body, and not for the taxpayers. We talk a lot about saving taxpayers money and property tax relief and all those type of things. But this is a part of the problem, and this is why why we're not getting as much relief as we need. Because instead of spending $350 million on a prison, we could be giving $350 million to property tax relief. We wouldn't have to be trying to raise sales tax and those type of things to try to get property tax relief if we figure out how to run an efficient criminal justice system that is focused on helping people in rehabilitation, instead of trying to be overtly punitive for no reason other than just punish people and then wonder why they keep coming back. And we're wondering why the system isn't changing, wondering why even if you build this new prison, it's going to be overcrowded day one. We have to get ahead of it because the state is going broke. And somebody's going to be coming back here asking for more money to expand the new prison or to keep the Nebraska State Penitentiary open. How are we going to pay for that? Senator Dorn gets up after every A bill and asks, how are we going to fund this? How are we going to spend this money? We have to get better at criminal justice in the state of Nebraska. We have to be better. We have to make sure that our parole board, our parole system, our criminal justice system is better. We have to focus on community corrections. We have to focus on career readiness. We have to make sure people are re-entering society as best as possible. And no, it won't be perfect. And we have to understand that. There is no perfect system in the world. People are going to mess up. We can't expect perfection because that's impossible. But we can do our best to make sure that we can help as many people as possible. And that's why I brought this bill, to try to improve our system as best as possible. And thank you.
Thank you, Senator McKinney. As the clerk stated, there are committee amendments. Senator McKinney, you are recognized to open on the committee amendment.
We can move past it.
Senator Wayne, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for reading my mind. So the committee amendment, actually, there's amendments to the committee amendment that completely changes the bill. I will talk briefly about the one bill, and I see Senator Clements is probably going to look up at the fiscal note. So the fiscal note on 348, which was about 14 million, that is gone. We are working on an amendment to combine both 1126 and $1 million study. So it'll be around $1 million. We were working with, Senator McKinney is working with the governor's office and Senator Boslin to figure out everything else. And then, so we are taking that fiscal note drastically down. So I'll yield the rest of my time to Senator McKinney.
Senator McKinney, you're yielded 9:10.
Thank you, Mr. President. So can we just go, well, we don't have to go to the other amendment, so I'll discuss what's in the amendment since I believe people have questions of what's in the amendment. So Senator Wayne's bill, LB 348, is included in the amendment. It's the Community Work Release Bill, and it empowers the Nebraska Division of Parole Supervision to contract with providers to establish community work release and treatment centers at various locations throughout the state and allow transitional housing facilities outside of Omaha and Lincoln. Also included, it adds provisions of LB 334, which is Senator McDonald's bill. It's a reentry housing network and a state advisory committee for reentry housing. The network will be responsible for establishing minimum standards for reentry housing facilities and ensuring that reentry housing facilities are in compliance with those standards. Why this is needed is because we have a lot of reentry housing facilities throughout the state, and some are good and some are not. And there's been issues about some sort of kind of being slumlords in a way and just getting grants from the state or other resources and just housing people, but not having the best facilities for those individuals reentering society. And I believe that's something that we have to fix if we ever want to get things right with that, because I do think we need more community work release housing and also transitional housing, but we have to make sure that we have some standards in place to make sure these facilities are ran properly and the people that are being housed in those facilities are not just going home to inadequate facilities and just being taken advantage of, if I'm being frank. Also in the amendment, not this amendment, but the other amendment, is set up the Reentry Continuity Advisory Board, which will include Inspector General of Corrections, the Director of Correctional Services or his or her designee, chairperson or a parole board or his or her designee, probation administrator or his or her designee, 5 additional members appointed by the governor, which shall include an individual with experience in reentry and restorative justice delivery, a victim's right representative, a formerly incarcerated individual with expertise in mental health or behavioral health, and an individual with expertise in public policy. Also included in this, it'll be a change that the department will do a quarterly report regarding any reentry service center pilot program being conducted. Also, the Office of Probation Administration will do a quarterly report regarding individual serving sentences of post-release supervision. Also, which will be included in this, it will say that in administering any grant, state agency, or political subdivisions shall not exclude any person from consideration solely because such person or any person associated with it, such person is currently or has previously been on probation or parole. And in the amendment I'm working on, it says so long as they have an undersigner or a co-grantee. I talked in conversations this morning with the governor's office about that. Next. Language around members of the legislature being able to take electronic devices inside of our correctional facilities as well. But overall, this bill also includes Senator Boslin's career readiness bill. I believe that's LB 1126, I believe. and her LB 1145, which moves the administration of parole under the Department of Correctional Services as well. And she'll get up and discuss that as well. And that's pretty much it for the amendment. And once we get to the other one, if anybody got any questions, I'm cool with answering any questions anybody have. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Wayne and Senator McKinney. Mr. Clerk for items.
Thank you, Mr. President. First of all, I have motion 743, 745, and 744 by Senator Conrad with a note that she wishes to withdraw them.
So ordered. Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. President, next I have amendment AM 3262 to the Standing Committee amendment by Senator McKinney.
Senator McKinney, you're recognized to open on your amendment.
Okay, so this is the amendment I was discussing, and if Senator Bosin would like to discuss the portions of her bills that's in the amendment, that'd be cool.
Senator
Thank you.
Bosin, you're yielded 940.
Thank you, Mr. President. And thank you, Senator McKinney, for working with me on adding portions of my bills into your priority bill 631. And I'm on the queue to talk again on this bill. So 631 has several different pieces of legislation worked into it. Senator McKinney and I are working on an amendment that I think, as Senator Wayne said, we worked on with the governor's office or with PRO, as well as Director Jeffries from the Department of Correctional Services. This is a collaboration and an effort to try to move in the right direction with the Department of Correctional Services. So if you look at this amendment, essentially I am in support of passing 3262 to select, knowing that there is going to have to be another amendment that makes some modifications to that. And I know everyone's getting tired of people standing up here and saying, pass it to select and we'll fix it between then and now. However, this is, as you can see, it's 52 pages and it is almost all underlined because there's a lot of new legislation in here. So if you look through the bill, and I'll go through a lot of different portions, starting specifically with my legislation, which was, as he indicated, LB 1145, which moves the the Board of Parole under the Department of Correctional Services. So that bill had a hearing. We had lots of testimony at that hearing. There, I think, was some initial confusion that we were getting rid of the Board of Parole. So I want to make sure that everyone knows that this doesn't get rid of the Board of Parole. Those individuals will still be working with the Department of Corrections. The goal here is to have the right hand talking to the left hand and having a smooth transition so that individuals who are coming out of the Department of Correctional Services are set up for a path of success. And rather than having inmates say, I didn't get this programming, so I couldn't get parole because the programming wasn't offered, or vice versa, inmates saying on parole they wish they had had this programming. We now have the opportunity to have a smooth transition for those individuals. And certainly we have the support of the Department of Corrections in doing this. So that's in a couple of different sections because of the way that it's worded. I did just speak with the legal counsel for the Judiciary Committee about that, and he explained why that had to be. Then if you go to page 46 of the amendment, 3262, Section 54 starts the National Career Readiness Certificate Pilot Program. This is a program that I worked on over the interim. It had several co-sponsors. This is an opportunity for us to provide an educational training program in the Department of Correctional Services so that individuals who are there are given the opportunity to further their education, develop their skills, and be ready to hit the ground running when they are released from incarceration. The chances of someone being successful when they're released from incarceration are infinitely better if they have a skill, if they are motivated, if they feel good about their worth, as compared to someone who comes out maybe doesn't have a GED, doesn't have a job or a driver's license, and is going to resort back to their old ways. So this is an opportunity to put our money where our mouth is and say we're tired of same old, same old. We're going to work with individuals towards a path for success. For what it's worth, several of you toured 180 RAP over the last year. That's the program in Omaha with Omaha Metropolitan Community College. The team there that we met with was incredible. They did a really nice job. They have taken that program and run with it, and it's a huge success. I'll get the number, I don't have it in front of me right now, of what their recidivism rate is, but it's very minimal. So this is an opportunity for us to develop that same type of program here in Lincoln. Also working with the Southeast Community College team on this, and we had their support. They came to the hearing and also testified in support of 1126. So I'm grateful to those who passed that out. I'm also grateful to the speaker who gave it a speaker priority. And I think this particular bill is an opportunity for us to really make a difference for individuals who maybe hadn't had those chances, those same opportunities that some of us have had. So those are the two portions of the bill that are mine, and I will yield the rest of my time back to Senator McKinney.
Senator McKinney, you're yielded 4:30.
Thank you. Would Senator McDonald like to discuss his LB 334?
Senator McDonald, you're yielded 4:20.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator McKinney. I stand in favor of LB 631, Amendment 2098, and Amendment 3262. I appreciate the reentry bill that I introduced last year being put in to this package. Some of the discussions already happened today. You talk about a person that has been incarcerated. Now they're ready to reentry, and they're going to enter society. And some of the things that we were being told about the housing that people were making money off of from the Nebraska taxpayers was not adequate. It was not only not adequate, it was really in poor shape and not fit for any human being to be living in. So we talk about recidivism, we talk about what happens. To give these people a chance to be the best version of themselves after they have paid their debt to society, we have to look at all aspects of that coming out of prison. And of course, we'd like to look at the kind of the three-legged stool in prison, where you talk about the brick and mortar, the facilities, and what actually goes on in prison, but the opportunity of actually getting a skill that they can actually bring to society and go out. But there's simple things. There's simple things just like making sure that they have their driver's license, making sure that they have their social security card, that they are ready. They have a permit, going through the permit process for getting their driver's license. So they're that much ahead of the game. But housing is definitely a big part of this. And as we pay for that reentry housing to give these people the best chance we can, we should make sure that that housing is adequate and up to livable standards for any human being, and making sure that that's another hurdle that these people don't have to overcome when they are released from being incarcerated by the state of Nebraska. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator McDonald. Senator McKinney, you're yielded back 2:16.
Thank you, Senator Bosin, and thank you, Senator McDonald, for discussing your portions of the bill. I think each piece is important to trying to improve our system as best as possible, making sure people have career readiness when they're returning back to society probably is one of the most important pieces to this, because one of the things I always say in meetings is it makes no sense that the state houses people for years and the only thing they have when they get out is $100 in a driver's license or ID. It makes no sense that we're not making sure that when these men and women are returning back to society, that they're not going into a trade. They're not able to go straight into employment in some type of capacity. They shouldn't have to search around and find a job. They should have a clear idea of where they're going to go as far as a career. And as a state, we should be preparing them for that if
1
we
minute.
don't want them to come back. And that's why it's important. And if anybody has any other questions, I'm open to them. So thank you.
Thank you, Senator McKinney, Senator McDonald, Senator Boston. Senator Hokaroff, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition to LB 631. And let me just kind of bring us into perspective here. LB 631, as it was presented, was 4 sections in 5 pages and had only to do with the Board of Parole. That was the only topic on it. It had some restrictions. There were some issues with that. So the committee amendment, AM 2098, fixed some of those issues. It expanded the bill to 8 sections and 6 pages. 8 sections and 6 pages, still focused only on the Board of Parole. And now we have 3262, which is 61 sections and 52 pages. So we just went from 6 pages to 52 pages. We went from 8 sections to 61 sections. We have added 6 bills into this amendment, which is still titled, Board of Parole. And there is something in here on Board of Parole. Now, the committee amendment 2098 came out of committee 5-3, and I voted against it because I oppose the direction to the Board of Parole, and I'll address that probably on my 3rd time up. But I'm concerned about the number of things that have been added to this amendment in this bill. And we're kind of in no man's land here because Senator McKinney, I know, is working very hard with the governor's office, with the Department of Corrections to fix some of these issues. There's some good stuff in here. Senator Boston's bill, Senator McDonald's bills. So we've jumbled some what I consider to be bad stuff with some good stuff. And I have a number of questions for Senator McKinney on just to get some clarity at this point. And I know he's working on stuff. So Senator McKinney, if you're working on something and it's no longer applicable, please just let me know. Otherwise, I'd just like to get some answers, some questions about where some of these things came from. I will first preface that sections 1 through 19 of the bill are LB 348. So, and that came out of committee 8-0. There, since then, we've had some issues with it, but I know Senator McKinney's working hard on that, and so I'm kind of skip over that. My first question, and I have some questions for Senator McKinney, if you'll yield.
Senator McKinney, will you yield?
Sure.
And again, Senator McKinney, if you're working on these things, please just let me know and we'll go on. On page 13, section 20, it states, beginning October 1st, 2024, the Board of Parole shall electronically submit a quarterly report to the Judiciary Committee of the Legislature and the Appropriations Committee of the Legislature regarding any reentry service center pilot programs being conducted by the Board of Parole. Where did that come from?
That'd be changed.
Okay. Moving along then. Section 21, same page at the bottom. Beginning October the 1st, the Office of Probation, same thing. Electronically submit a quarterly report to the Judiciary Committee of the Legislature and the Appropriations Committee. Is that still?
Working on that too.
You're going to work that one. And that didn't come from a bill, that just came from?
1 minute.
Just reporting requirements for the bill.
Okay.
For just the system.
Just an addition.
Yeah.
Okay, then moving on to page 19. Section 25, the office shall establish performance metrics for probation officers. Such metrics shall measure efficiency in providing rehabilitative and reentry services to probationers. Such metrics shall, and list the metrics. Where did that requirement come from?
Me.
Okay. Moving on then to page 27. Section 33. Oops.
I'm changing that too.
Okay.
Yep.
You're way ahead of me here, Senator McKinney. Okay.
Time. Thank you, Senator
I'll be back.
Holcroft.
Thank you.
Senator McKinney. Senator Boston, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I understand some of Senator Holcroft's concerns here, and I was hoping to kind of go through this page by page with Senator McKinney so we can talk about some of the changes that are coming and what some of these sections do. Would Senator McKinney yield to some questions?
Senator McKinney, will you yield a question?
Yeah.
Thank you, Senator McKinney. So section 4, which is on page 3, line 13, that is what was originally in LB 348. Is that correct, or was that the original 631?
That was 348, section 4? Yeah.
Correct.
Yep.
Okay, so that was 348, and that allows individuals to be essentially released to a community work release center, under certain parameters, right?
Right.
And that's section 4, and you worked through that with both PRO and Director Jeffries.
Yeah.
So then and one of the changes that they asked you to make was, as it relates, at least from my notes from our discussion, that it was going to be moved to 3 years instead of 2 years, and that's on page 3, line 24.
Yep.
Okay, so are you changing that back to 3 years?
Yep.
So then if we move forward to page 7, section 13, that talks about the release of records, documents, and reports. Do you see where I'm at?
You said page 7?
Page 7, section 13.
Okay.
And this is where we had talked about a compromise of working that word shall into a may. Is that correct?
Yeah, yeah.
And that
We talked about
alleviated
that.
some of the concerns that we had with pre-sentence investigation reports being released when maybe that wasn't a good fit for some incarcerated individuals, but maybe a good fit for others.
Right.
And the next section that I was going to ask about is on page 13, and that talks about section 20. And that's where some of these changes, where we're moving this from the Board of Parole into the Department of Correctional Services, have been worked out. Is that your understanding?
Yes, you said page 13?
Page 13, section 20, you had said that part of the modifications you were going to make between now and select
That'll be changed from parole to Department
of Correctional Services or something,
Yeah.
however we're wording that.
Yep.
So then turning to page 14, section 22, can you, so this is the original bill, LB 922, is that correct?
Yes.
And that's a bill that's still in committee.
Mhm.
Whose bill is 922? I can't remember.
Mines.
Oh, all right. And can you tell me what the goal of 922 was? I recall that hearing now, but for those who weren't there.
The goal of 922 was to allow for business owners who are on parole to be able to get grants from the state.
Because if I understand and recall the testimony of those who came in, some of them run businesses. Like, let's just say you run a dry cleaning service.
1 minute.
And you couldn't qualify for certain loans because you were you were on parole or had been on parole.
Yes, but it's only for grants if you're seeking a grant through like the department or parole, because you could get a grant if you wanted a grant through like the Department of Economic Development, you could get a grant, but if you go through the Department of Corrections, they have an arbitrary rule that denies you.
And I recall the individual who came in and he said it was sort of almost cleanup language because you could for some and not for others, and there really wasn't any consistency.
Right.
And so the goal of section 22 is to still be in compliance with federal funding under subsection 2, but to allow those individuals the opportunity that anyone else would have for purposes of applications of grants.
Yes.
Okay. I know we're probably out of time, but I am next in the queue. And so if Mr. President would allow me to end now and then.
You may continue.
Thank you. Senator McKinney, would you be willing to continue going through some of these modifications?
Senator McKinney, you still yield a question?
Yes.
So then we go to page 15, subsection E and F, and that is the modification to allow members of the legislature to bring a cell phone into the Department of Correctional Services.
Yes, and I'm going to strike the section F.
Okay, and that was part of the agreement asked for by the by the Director of Department of Correctional Services.
Yes, because it would conflict with the MOU that was signed earlier this year.
Okay.
Yep.
And is it you've been to the prison for events for Circle of Concerned Lifers and other events? I've seen you there.
Yeah.
And is it your understanding that right now we would be in violation of the law if we went in with our cell phone?
Yes.
Okay, so this would grant us that exception?
Yes.
All right. Then we go to page 19, and that talks about performance metrics. Can you tell me a little bit about why you wanted to have performance metrics? There's a section that provides that for probation and also for parole.
Mainly because I believe that everybody in the system needs to be evaluated and should be held to a standard, and it's not to make anyone's job harder, but it's to say, like, are you an effective probation officer? Are you doing the things you need to do to make sure that the people that you're tasked with serving are making sure that they're on track to, re-enter society in the best way and transition back into society in the best way? Are the people, just put it plainly, let's say you got an officer who is in charge of 50 people. What if all 50 people are going back to prison? Let's look at that. Why is that happening? Pretty much.
And when you negotiated this with Director Jeffries, he supported that language?
Yes.
Thank you. And then if you go to page 27, it's section 33, subsection 2, lines 25 through 28. As part of our agreement, you're striking that section. Is that correct?
You said page 27?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
This is the term limits.
Yeah, I'm gonna strike it.
And then there was some discussion on page 30, section 35, line 5, where we were discussing changing that quorum from 3 members to 4 members or 4 members to 3 members. Can you tell us a little bit about why we're doing that or why we're moving that back?
Because there's times where you need 3 people to be able to hold the hearings, because although I believe people should be going to work, there are instances where 2 people might not be able to show up due to illness, and you still would like for those hearings to take place so people can potentially be paroled or not have their cases delayed over time.
And so this would benefit the individuals who have perhaps had a parole hearing set for months,
Right.
had family members take time off of work to come down to the Department of Correctional Services or wherever they're being incarcerated for a parole hearing, only to find out that they don't meet quorum because somebody got a flat tire that day.
Right.
Okay. And then,
1 minute.
I think that goes through some of them, and I may go through more of these in an effort to try and help the others who maybe didn't have that opportunity. But I think that LB 631 and this amendment are a good effort by the parties to work together. I appreciate the opportunity to have those bills added into this, and that Senator McKinney was willing to work with me and others. to get something moving forward. I think there's a lot of work to do, and I know that there's no one who's more frustrated with the Department of Correctional Services than Senator McKinney. But I think this is an opportunity for us to step forward, to say, okay, what we're doing isn't working. Let's try something new. So while I understand it's 52 pages, Senator Holcroft is correct. I am asking that we greenlight 3262 and ask for your support on this amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Boston and Senator McKinney. Senator Holcroft, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. And would Senator McKinney yield to some additional questions, please?
Senator McKinney, will you yield?
Yes.
I was a little confused with your response on the change of the quorum from 3 to 4. So right now the requirement for quorum is 3 people, but you're going to bump it up to 4 people have to be there, vice 3 people.
No, I'm going to take it back to 3. In the amendment, it says 4, and I'm going to take it back to 3.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, then on to page 32. See what the issue there. Okay, the issue. The paragraph, subparagraph 3, starts with line 7. It says the department in consultation with the board shall maintain a list of individuals who are eligible for parole but are expected to complete their entire sentence in the custody of the department and be released with no supervision. Does that not already exist, or is that something new that we're asking for?
I believe it possibly might exist, but it's unclear.
You're just trying to make it a requirement.
Right.
Okay. Then page 41. Page 39, section 41.
Page 39?
Page 39, yes. And I'm looking at subparagraph 3. And it says here, parole, line 18 is what I'm starting at here. It says parole shall not be denied for a committed offender solely because the department did not offer or delayed programming due to operational issues, including staffing shortages, maintenance issues, or lack of funds. Was that a recommendation that came from the Department of Corrections, or was that something? I mean, I understand there are some issues with programming, but you just wanted to make that as an exception?
No, it wasn't a recommendation from them. That is something I had put in originally in 631.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to page 44. Okay, this gets into the early release or early discharge.
That whole section is going to get striked.
Okay, section 49. Thank you. All right, then moving on to page 45. Let me see here. Risk assessment tools. It looks like section 50, it's at the bottom of the page there, 30 of these. On or before 1 October 2025, the department shall complete a study examining risk assessment tools employed by the department. What is your intent with those risk assessment?
Well, the problem is the Department of Corrections has a risk assessment tool, probation has a risk assessment tool, and parole has a risk assessment tool. The purpose of the study is to look at them all and trying to see if we could just use one. So everybody isn't evaluating somebody's risk assessment in a different way. Let's just have one tool to evaluate somebody instead of using 3 different tools across 3 different agencies that are in the criminal justice system. Why should we have 3 different tools when there's a bunch of intersection of all these agencies?
Okay, very good. Thank you, Mr. President. I just got a couple more here. On page 46, down at the bottom, section 54, starts on page 20, or line 29. It talks about a National Career Readiness Certification Pilot Program. That's from LB 1126. That's Senator Boston's bill. That's fine. I mean, on page 47, 56, prior to discharge of an individual from a facility of the Department of Correction Services, the department shall provide such an individual with an opportunity to obtain a state identification card or renewal. That's a new requirement. Is it a new requirement, or did they do that already?
Believe they're supposed to already do it.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's just a good thing. I think it's probably the right thing to do if they're not doing it already.
Yep.
Page 48. Comprehensive re-entry plan, section 57. It's on, starts on line 3.
Time.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Holcroft and Senator McKinney. Senator Bosselman would like to recognize underneath the south balcony a guest, his sister from Milford, Nebraska, Jolene Pullman. Please stand and be recognized by your Nebraska Legislature. Senator Holcroft, you're recognized to speak.
And this is my third time, I think.
And this is your third time.
Thank you. I just wanted to wrap up talking about the Board of Parole. And that's where this all started, was the perception that the Board of Parole is not doing its job, that it's missing meetings. And I would point out, first of all, there are 5 members of the Board of Parole, and you only need 3 to be able to vote someone onto parole. So if it happens, someone just can't make the hearing, it's not like they don't occur. I mean, it's not the graph that Senator McKinney provided showed where there were missing members from those hearings, but that didn't mean that hearing did not occur. During the interim, I really felt inadequate about sitting on the Judiciary Committee and hearing about the Board of Parole and the issues they're having. So I attended 30 hearings of the Board of Parole, 30 hearings. Typically, they have about 150 hearings a month. They're held in the last half of the month, the last 2 weeks of the month. They're scheduled at the various correction centers. They can have up to 20 hearings at one location at one time. But they hold about 150 hearings a month. That's well over 1,000 a year. Keep in mind that there are less than 6,000 individuals incarcerated in the state of Nebraska. So they hit a large number of parole eligible incarcerated personnel, and they do their job extremely professionally. I mean, I'm very impressed with them. The 30 hearings that I attended, all 5 of them were present. They all come prepared. They know exactly who is going to be at the hearing. They go through their parole plan. The parole plan identifies, okay, if you're granted parole, and when they grant them parole, if they're eligible on that date, they go out the door the same day. But they better have a plan of where they're going to work, where they're going to live, who's going to be their support agencies, and their support plan. And they should be ready to go. If they don't have that, then their chances of getting a parole are limited. I would say that I think the average for parole being, based on the number of hearings, is between 70 and 80%. So 70 to 80% of the people who appear before the parole board get parole. And then, of course, they have a recidivism rate that's probably between 10 and 20%. So if we go through all these steps of trying to make it easier to put people on parole without some kind of reentry plan, which the Department of Corrections is working on, then you're just going to end up with a higher recidivism rate. So some of these requirements that we're putting on the board for training, for absentee days, are just, I think, unnecessary and just add to their workload. In addition to the hearings that they do in the second half of the month, the parole board hearings, they also do hearings in the first half of the month, and typically it's just 2 members of the board. They sit down with an incarcerated individual who is not eligible for parole for about 2 years. And they kind of go through the plan. They explain exactly what happens, what's going to happen in about 2 years or in a year when you come before the board. You better have this, 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 and this. And again, they're very, very professionally run. They typically have support agencies. I'll give a shout out here to 180 RAP. They cover primarily
1 minute.
thank you, Mr. President. They cover primarily the Community Correction Center in Omaha. And then you have RISE, which is here in Lincoln, which covers the Community Correction Center in Lincoln and also the Women's Work Release here in Lincoln. Very supportive organizations typically show up and they have typically good things to say, and they've been working with these individuals to help them with reentry. But I have been very, very impressed with the Board of Parole. That's why I voted against AM 2098, because I think it's unnecessary, the restrictions and the requirements we're putting on the Board of Parole. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Holdcroft. Senator Wayne, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you. Let's be clear. The Board of Parole makes $90,000 a year. That is their full-time job. Now tell me, at what job can you miss multiple meetings and not go to? It's really that simple. At what job do you not have training in policy and procedures? It's been 2 years Senator McKinney's been working on this bill. 2 years for them to implement some policies and procedures. They chose not to. And our job as a policy to make sure, policymakers, is to make sure that they have some. We do it to ourselves, right? We pass policy and procedures. We just spent all morning talking about one of them. My point is adding some training and some requirements around a board who are dealing with people's lives, I think are very important. And they're making $90,000 a year. Their trips are paid around the state when they go have them. It's not costing them anything. So think about that. If you get to travel for your job and they're paying for it, you're making $90,000 a year, you can show up to the meetings. I don't think it's that hard. I think you should be able to do your work and make sure that you have the training. Make sure you're going to national conferences. Make sure you're understanding what it is. And I won't get into the conversations where we're talking to the board and some of their answers. They're not even close to what's going on nationally. And I don't mean far left or far, I'm talking the most conservative trainings around prison reentry and how to make sure we're doing better. We're not attending. We're stuck in the same mode. And this is a push to move them somewhere. And the idea of moving this back under corrections is that we heard over and over since I've been down here, and you don't have to believe me, you can talk to Senator Brandt, who was on Judiciary, is no, it's their fault. No, it's their fault. No, it's their fault. And it's this constant finger pointing of why people aren't getting the programming. For example, corrections got rid of their violence prevention programming because corrections found out it didn't work. That is a mandatory class for people's plan to get out with parole. They're clearly not talking to each other. This is making sure that there is going to force communication by having everything underneath one and putting the parole board back to the original intent to be kind of like an oversight of who is getting out and who is eligible for parole. But the operations are being consistent with Department of Corrections. I'll give you an example. We have 3 different assessment forms. 3 different assessments on whether people are going to commit crimes again and how they are going to do if they're going to be successful. 3 different ones that are used by 3 different departments. Think about this. Judiciary pre-sentence investigation is different than corrections, and corrections base their ability and their whole programs around the one they use, and then the parole board uses another one. So you could do everything right in corrections and still not meet the requirement for a parole board because we're using different assessment tools. One of the things this bill does is say, hey, within the next couple of years, we need to figure out one. We need to figure out the right one. So those are just simple changes that have huge impact that we're missing the boat on because these 2 are fighting over territory, and in the meantime, our prison systems aren't getting the services they need. The people who are incarcerated aren't getting the services they need. So this is a necessary bill, and I want to thank the governor's office, PRO, and I also want to thank McKinney. I haven't been in the meetings. I've been in 1 meeting. McKinney has headed this for 2 years, and he's worked with Senator Bosin and everybody to pull this together to be something that is palatable for everybody while keeping the system moving on the right track. So again, I want to praise Senator McKinney. I want to praise Senator Boslin. I want to praise the governor. I want to praise the governor's team at PRO and also Mr. Jeffries at the corrections for sitting down and bringing a fresh look to this and figuring out how we can move some things forward. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Wayne. Senator Blood, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Fellow senators, friends all, I stand in support of both the McKinney amendment, the judiciary amendment, and the underlying bill as it will soon hopefully be amended. And I also want to say good job to Senator McKinney, who has been working on this. You heard a little bit from Senator Wayne in reference to the parole board, but I think in some ways he's being awfully polite and probably politically correct. But the one thing that continues to stick in my mind and why I think this bill is so important is there was one parole board member who was actually from my county who tried to justify how hard it was to work for almost $90,000 a year and be expected to show up at things. He's saying this to a group of people in a hearing that make $12,000 a year. And how justified he was in complaining about how dare we be concerned that he had missed any of the hearings. And then when we talked about it last year, I don't know if you remember that, he stood out in the rotunda behind the glass, calling people out, trying to get them to not support something like this. So I love the fact that Senator McKinney is trying to shake things up. I actually think there's one person at least that maybe needs to not be reappointed. Remember that when you guys do appointments to that board. And I think that we have to remember what their purpose is. And if they aren't there to do their purpose, perhaps they need to find a different board or committee that they can maybe find time for. Because I don't know a lot of our other commissions and boards that pay that well, let alone pay for your mileage as well on top of it. So I just want to say good job, Senator McKinney. I am in full support of both the amendments and the underlying bill. He worked with people and talked with people until he got some good middle ground, and it's for the greater good of all. So with that, I would yield any time I have left to Senator McKinney.
Senator McKinney, will you yield?
Thank you, and thank you, Senator Blood. Again, my amendment replaces the committee amendment, and overall, what I'm attempting to do is just try to improve our criminal justice system to improve our outcomes so we don't have to build or expand our prison that's going to be built on the other side of Lincoln. I think we also have to do all we can as senators to improve the outcomes of the people that we incarcerate if we're going to incarcerate them. We can't continue to say we're going to be tough on them, but not do what we can to try to make sure that we improve them and improve the outcomes of those who go inside. And part of that is making sure we improve the parole system, and that's what I'm attempting to do, and that's what I've been attempting to do, and that's what I'll continue to do as long as I'm in the legislature, is try to improve our system to work better for people, regardless of if they're incarcerated or not, regardless if they have a felony or not. I try to do my best to work for people because that's what I was sitting here for, was to work for the people of this state and the people of my district, to make sure that they're not forgotten about, and the people who are sitting on these boards are not just looking at them as another number or another person that's coming before them. And that's why I asked for your green vote to move this forward, so we continue to try to improve our system, improve our state for the better. With that, I'll close. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator McKinney and Senator Blood. Seeing no one else in the queue, Senator McKinney, you're recognized to close on AM 3262.
Again, AM 3262 replaces the committee amendment, and I'll ask for your green vote. Thank you.
Colleagues, the question before the body is the adoption of AM 3262. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Mr. Clerk, please record.
29 ayes, 7 nays on the adoption of AM 3262.
AM 3262 is adopted. Seeing no one else in the queue, Senator Wayne, you're recognized to close on AM 2098.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator McKinney's bill amendment replaces my amendment, so you still need to vote, or the committee amendment, so you still need to vote green to keep his amendment into LB 631. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Wayne. Colleagues, the question before the body is the adoption of AM 2098. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Mr. Clerk, record.
33 ayes, 8 nays on the adoption of the Judiciary Committee amendment.
AM 2098 is adopted. Mr. Clerk, for an item.
Mr. President, Senator McKinney would move to amend LB 631 with AM 147. I'm sorry, I have a note here. You wish to withdraw that?
Without objection, so removed.
I have nothing further on the bill, Mr. President.
Seeing no one else in the queues, colleagues, the question before the body is the advancement of LB 631. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Mr. Clerk, record.
30 ayes, 7 nays on the advancement of LB 631.
LB 631 is advanced. Mr. Clerk, next item.
Mr. President, Legislative Bill 631A, introduced by Senator Wayne. It's a bill for an act relating to appropriations to appropriate funds to aid in the carrying out of the provisions of Legislative Bill 631. The bill was read for the first time on April 2nd of this year. It was placed on general file. I have no amendments on the bill.
Senator Wayne, you're recognized to open.
So people are not confused. This is Senator McKinney's bill. Couldn't find him, and I had to get it dropped yesterday. So that's why it's there. But this is 631, Senator McKinney's bill. And that's why my name's on it, because I had to get it dropped yesterday. Thank you.
Seeing no one else in the queues, Senator Clements, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would Senator McKinney yield to a question?
Senator McKinney, will you yield to a question?
Yes.
Senator McKinney, this bill is 631, been changed quite a bit. And I was just wondering if you have an idea what the fiscal note is projected to be.
I'm not sure. It might be maybe $1 million, possibly.
Are you working to get it reduced to number, because we're not going to have very much to work with?
Yeah, I'm working it through. That's why we're working on amendments, but we needed this to get introduced to try to work through those amendments.
Okay, thank you. Not able to vote for 631A with an unknown fiscal cost, but thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Clemens and Senator McKinney. Senator Boston, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to rise and answer. So Senator Clements asked some questions about the cost as it relates to the program that I have in there, the Career Readiness Program. That's a pilot program. There are some funds in that bill. We have some paths for those funds. I had previously spoken with Senator Clements about different options for where those funds could come from. And I will get all that stuff to him and certainly be able to speak more on that later. But I believe it was $500,000 to develop those programs and get those things implemented into the schools, or excuse me, into the correctional facility. To start us off somewhere. We also had several conversations with Southeast Community College about opportunities for sponsorships from some of the employers in the community who expressed a significant interest in working with individuals who are going through that program. And so some of that may also be covered by scholarships. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Bossing. Seeing no one else in the queue, Senator Wayne, you're recognized to close.
Thank you. And just to follow up with Senator Bossing, there was $1 million in there for a study, and this goes to the county jail issue and short timers. The reason that dollar amount was in there is because we discovered that UNO we use one of their assessments tools, so it's kind of a conflict. We are working with PRO to reduce that, so it'll probably be around 200,000. But we just put a number in there in the bill to have a number. But because of the potential conflict of UNO doing it at cost with their assessment, we had to leave a number in there. But we are working with PRO to significantly reduce that to around 200, 250. So with that, I would ask for a green vote.
Thank you, Senator Wayne. Seeing no one else colleagues, the question before the body is the advancement of LB 631. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Mr. Clerk, record.
28 ayes, no nays on the advancement of LB 631A.
631, LB 631 is advanced. Mr. Clerk, for items.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have amendments to be filed to LB 541 by Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, Senator Hunt to LB 541, Senator Michaela Cavanaugh to LB 541. Senator Michaela Cavanaugh has amendments to LB 764. A motion to LB 764 by Senator Michaela Cavanaugh. Amendments to LB 541 by Senator Conrad. To amendments to LB 126 by Senator Day. Amendments to LB 126A by Senator Day. Amendments to LB 937 by Senator Linehan. Amendments to LB 317 by Senator Linehan. Amendments to LB 1023 by Senator Von Gillerin. Senator Wayne has amendments to LB 1243. And I have a committee report from the Committee on Natural Resources regarding gubernatorial appointments. And that's all I have, Mr. President.
Mr. Clerk, for items.
Mr. President, next item on the agenda, General File Legislative Bill 1300, Senator Bostar. I've got a priority motion. Senator Michaela Cavanaugh would move to indefinitely postpone the bill pursuant to Rule 6, Section 3F.
Senator Bostar, you're recognized to open.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good afternoon, colleagues. LB 1300 adopts the Pacific Conflict Stress Test and Foreign Adversary Contracting Prohibition Act in response to escalating global tensions. LB 1300 prepares the state supply chains and critical infrastructure for the risk of a Pacific conflict that Beijing consistently signals might occur. The bipartisan House Select Committee on the Chinese Communist Party has reported that any invasion of Taiwan would likely include cyber attacks and other disruptions targeted at the U.S. homeland. Given that Nebraska is the home to Strategic Command and other critical American assets, it's not hard to imagine Nebraska being a target of cyber attacks and other disruptions. We cannot control these global risks, but we can and should prepare for them. LB 1300 directs the Department of Administrative Services and the investment officer to audit procurement, supply chain, and state-managed funds in order to assess the risk of disruption in the event of a Pacific conflict and to create a contingency plan to mitigate the risk of supply chain disruption. The Act also creates the Committee on Pacific Conflict that will assess current vulnerabilities in Nebraska in the event of a Pacific conflict and to develop a plan to address outstanding risks to Nebraska's critical infrastructure, telecommunications, state supply chain, cybersecurity, as well as public safety. Malign actors are gaining access to network systems through loopholes in ordinary, commercially available technologies, independent of country of origin. However, Chinese companies are particularly dangerous due to the institution of China's 2017 National Intelligence Law, which increases the risk of Chinese companies funneling sensitive American data to Beijing. Under Article 7 of the law, all businesses registered in China are obligated to hand over whatever information the Chinese Ministry of State Security demands of them, and that could very well include sensitive user, financial, and health information. This law requires network operators, including all companies headquartered in China, to store select data within the country and allow Chinese authorities to do spot checks on a company's network operations. To counter this threat, LB 1300 would prohibit companies organized under the laws of a foreign adversary or having its principal place of business within a foreign adversary from bidding upon any state or local procurement contracts for any information, surveillance, LiDAR, communications technologies, networks, or related services. LB 1300 advanced from the Government, Military, and Veterans Affairs Committee. 6 yes votes, 1 present not voting, and 1 member absent. I would like to thank the Governor's Office for their work on this bill, and I'd like to thank Senator Ballard for prioritizing legislation. Thank you, colleagues. I would encourage your support for LB 1300. I am sure there is extensive debate to come.
Thank you, Senator Bostar. Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, you're recognized to open on your motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, colleagues. Well, I already said it to her off the mic, but I want to thank Senator Slama for making sure that everybody knows that you can work on the human side of things and still disagree on policy. So I have an IPP motion filed because I am trying to block Senator Slama's amendment to this bill. And so this is actually how things are supposed to work. You're kind and collegial to one another, even though you might disagree fundamentally on policy, you still persevere forward and try your best to do right by each other. So this is exhausting. I don't know about you all. I left here last night about 30 minutes before we adjourned, hoping to see my kids still awake, but they were asleep. But then I went to sleep, so that's fine. But I am exhausted, and this is giving me a reminder of days past last year where we would break for dinner and I would come back from dinner and I would just talk about salads. I'm going to try and not do that as much as possible, but if I have to stand up here by myself for 8 hours, since nobody is in the queue, I guess that is what I will do. So if people are wondering, what is this about? This is about LB 764. This is about a tweet. We are allowing ourselves to be governed by a tweet. And that's not how we should make policy. If we want to advance LB 1300, we should just advance it in its intended form. And there's a lot of debate internally here about how to approach the amendment. There's not really any agreement amongst anyone whether they're voting for it or not voting for it, or can we dispense with it or not dispense with it. So this is an interesting moment for us. And I don't know if we've ever had a debate of winner take all on the floor since it was enacted. But that was before my time. So winner take all, what is it? Nebraska is unique. We're unique in so many ways. One, we are a unicameral. We are within ourselves a experiment in democracy apart from the rest of the nation. Our one house, our nonpartisan one house, was born out of the ideas of a former member. And we have functioned or dysfunctioned semi in harmony for decades. And we are a deliberative body. So that makes us unique. Additionally, we split our electoral votes for president. We split our electoral votes for president by congressional district. We have 5 electoral votes. And I was actually thinking about this a couple of weeks ago. We've only ever split one singular electoral vote. The other 4 have remained together. And I didn't know what would happen if you win 2 of the congressional seats, you automatically get 4 votes. I assume that that's the case, but I've never actually looked into it because I've never seen that as a possibility. But what we do in splitting the electoral votes in Nebraska is we create a greater opportunity for our constituents across the state to have their voice heard in the presidential process. And that is a really cool thing because we are a diverse state. We have large urban centers and we have large masses of rural areas. And we have diverse interests and diverse needs. And the fact that we split our electoral votes and allow the populations that are served by that congressional district to decide where their presidential vote goes makes us extremely unique in a good way. It is good to give the people more power. It is good to put more of a voice into the hands of the population. And that's what this does. Additionally, for those of us that reside in CD2, both Democrat and Republican, the splitting of the electoral vote is a huge economic driver, enormous. The fact that we have one electoral vote in play at a national level means that we have an infusion of money from a national level coming in, trying to win that electoral vote. It is a massive economic driver for Nebraska's eastern part of the state. And as we saw with the budget, when we swooped cash out of the, I think it was the Civic Convention Center turnback tax, when we took that money out of that is funded by economic development in Omaha. That is funded by people coming into Omaha for events. So that funds your communities. I think that we are switching over on the agenda now. How much time do I have left, Mr. President?
2:30.
Okay, so we're switching over on the agenda, but we are going to be talking on this bill for some time. So thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Michaela Cavanaugh. Mr. Clerk, for agenda items.
Thank you, Mr. President. Pursuant to the Speaker's agenda, turning to select file, Legislative Bill 262A. I have nothing on the bill, Senator.
Oh, Senator Ballard for a motion.
Mr. President, I move that LB 262A be advanced to E&R for engrossing.
All of you have heard the motion. All of you in favor say aye. Opposed, same sign. It is advanced.
Mr. President, next item, select file Legislative Bill 287A. I have nothing on the bill, Senator.
Mr. Ballard for a motion.
Mr. President, I move that LB 287A be advanced to E&R for engrossing.
You've all heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, same sign. It is advanced. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, next bill, select file Legislative Bill 867A. I have nothing on the bill, Senator.
Mr. Ballard for a motion.
Mr. President, I move that LB 867A be advanced to E&R for engrossing.
Colleagues, you heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, same sign. It is advanced. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, select file Legislative Bill 1200A. I have nothing on the bill, Senator.
Mr. Ballard for a motion.
Mr. President, I move that LB 1200A be advanced to E&R for engrossing.
Colleagues, you heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, same sign. It is advanced. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, select file Legislative Bill 1355A. I have no E&R amendments. Senator Vargas would move to amend with AM 3231.
Senator Vargas, you're recognized to open.
Thank you very much. LB 1355A is the companion A bill to my priority bill. This is the opioid recovery grant program and the creation of a couple of different cash funds. So I want to thank you for your overwhelming support of this bill. This is a general fund neutral bill. These are cash funds, actually settlement funds. So I urge your green vote of Amendment 3231, which will make the bill operational, no general funds or zero net general fund obligation, and cash funds for the underlying bill. Thank you.
Seeing no one in the queue, Senator Vargas, you're recognized to close. Senator Vargas waves. Question before the body is the adoption of AM 3231. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Mr. Clerk, record.
28 ayes, no nays, Mr. President, on adoption of the amendment.
AM 3231 is adopted. Mr. Ballard for a motion.
Mr. President, I move that LB 1355A be advanced to E&R for engrossing.
Colleagues, you've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. 1355A is advanced. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, select file Legislative Bill 852. First of all, Senator, there are E&R amendments.
Mr. Ballard for a motion.
Mr. President, I move the E&R amendments to LB 852 be adopted.
Colleagues, you heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. It is advanced. They are adopted.
Senator, I have nothing further on the bill.
Mr. Ballard for a motion.
Mr. President, I move that LB 852 be advanced to E&R for engrossing.
Colleagues, you heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, say nay. It is advanced. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, select file legislative bill 1088. First of all, there are no E&R amendments. Senator Ballard.
Senator Ballard for a motion.
Mr. President, I move that LB 1088 be advanced to E&R for engrossing.
Colleagues, you heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Oh, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, say nay. It is advanced. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, select file legislative bill 1306. I have nothing on the bill, Senator.
Mr. Ballard for a motion.
Mr. President, I move that LB 1306 be advanced to E&R for engrossing.
Colleagues, you heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, say nay. It is advanced. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, select file legislative bill 1306A. I have nothing on the bill, Senator.
Mr. Ballard for a motion.
Mr. President, I move that LB 1306A be advanced to E&R for engrossing.
Colleagues, you've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, say nay. It is advanced. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, select file legislative bill 1030. I have nothing on the bill, Senator.
Mr. Ballard for a motion.
Mr. President, I move that LB 1030 be advanced to E&R for engrossing.
Colleagues, you heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, say nay. It is advanced. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, legislative bill 1027. First of all, Senator, there are E&R amendments.
Senator Ballard for a motion.
Mr. President, I move the E&R amendments to LB 1027 be adopted.
Colleagues, you heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, say nay. They are adopted.
Senator, I have nothing further on the bill.
Senator Ballard for a motion.
Mr. President, I move that LB 1027 be advanced to E&R for engrossing.
Colleagues, you've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, say nay. It is advanced. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, select file legislative bill 1027A. I have nothing on the bill, Senator.
Senator Ballard for a motion.
Mr. President, I move that LB 1027A be advanced to E&R for engrossing.
Senator Clemens, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. LB 1027A is part of LB 1027, which is allowing one parent to sign up for homeschool rather than two parents. And the Supreme Court says they have to change their software to add the term educational decision maker in addition to parent and guardian. And that will cost $10,000 to add two words in their software. And I believe they have enough funding already. I know they do. This is similar to the case where we had court interpreters earmarked. And I'm going to ask you to vote no on this A bill to free up $10,000 for other bills, because I believe the agency already has enough. Let me, just a minute, let me talk to the clerk. Oh, all right. IPP.
Mr. Clerk for a motion.
Mr. President, Senator Clements would move to indefinitely postpone Legislative Bill 1027A.
Senator Clemens, you're recognized to open.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just don't believe this expense is necessary. I believe the agency has the ability to carry out the funding of this with their existing funding. And would Speaker Arch yield to a question?
Will Senator Arch yield to a question?
Yes.
Speaker Arch, this is fiscal came up with $10,000 cost to add 2 words to their software regarding LB 1027, and I'm confident they have the funding already in their current appropriations. If we just indefinitely postpone this A bill, would that hurt the basic LB 1027? Do you know?
No.
It would not.
No, it would not. This
Very
is
good.
strictly funding. And if we don't, we did this previously on a bill a few days ago. If we say that fiscal note is wrong and we say that funding is not necessary and we don't fund it, then we don't fund it.
Thank you, Speaker Arch.
Right.
All right, well, I would ask for your green vote on motion 1353. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Clemens and Senator Arch. Senator Vargas, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you. It's not a question for Senator Clements, but I'm not entirely sure that what was just said is correct. So technically, if we don't pass an A bill and an agency says, well, we needed those funding to make that bill operational or to do it, we've had in the past agencies that have chosen not to do the actual intent of the bill. So if we don't fund, the programmatic side of things, that doesn't mean necessarily that the bill will go into effect, because agencies or staff can say, we were not provided the funding to do X, Y, and Z. It's why we try to work on the A bill and make sure that it's operational, or eliminate it with cash funds so we can cover it. Because that would mean that technically if we don't pass any of our A bills here, we were on the hook for passing all of our regular bills. And that doesn't push the executive branch to operationalize every one of our bills if we don't pass A bills. So I just want to make sure that that's clear, and it's not a good precedent for us to do either. We should try to work out the A bills to fund it. And I hope we can do that for all the rest of them, because I don't think we should do this, but I'll defer to Senator Clements here if he wants to respond.
Thank you, Senator Vargas. Senator Clemens, you're recognized to speak.
Thanks, Senator Vargas, for his input. I do want the provision adopted. It was an amendment by Senator Conrad, and I think the cost is overstated to add 2 words to a computer program, but I think it's probably prudent for me to withdraw the motion and ask for a green vote on the A bill. I withdraw that motion.
Without objection, so ordered. Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, you're recognized to speak. Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, you're recognized to speak.
Sorry, would Senator Clements yield to a question?
Senator Clemens, will you yield to a question?
Yes.
Oh, actually, you withdrew your motion, so never mind. Thank you. Yield the remainder of my time.
Senator Armendariz, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I don't know the answer to this, so I was wondering if Senator Clements would yield to a question.
Senator Clemens, will you yield to a question?
Yes.
Thank you, Senator Clements. So in regards to Senator Vargas's concern, do you think you could pass an A bill with $1 and still get the intent of the bill absorbed within the agency? without actually putting dollars on it?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Armendariz and Senator Clemens. Colleagues, seeing no one in the queue, the motion before you is the advancement of LB 1027A. All those in favor vote aye. Say aye. Opposed, say nay. It is advanced. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, Legislative Bill 1051, select file. First of all, Senator, I have E&R amendments.
Senator Ballard for a motion.
Mr. President, I move the E&R amendments to LB 1051 be adopted.
Colleagues, you heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, say nay. It is advanced or adopted.
Mr. President, Senator Ballard, I have nothing further on the bill.
Senator Ballard for a motion.
Mr. President, I move that LB 1051 be advanced to E&R for engrossing.
Colleagues, you've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, say nay. It is advanced. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, select file Legislative Bill 874. First of all, Senator, I have E&R amendments.
Mr. Ballard, Senator Ballard for a motion.
Mr. President, I move that the E&R amendments to LB 874 be adopted.
Colleagues, you've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, say nay. They are adopted.
I have nothing further on the bill, Senator.
Senator Ballard for a motion.
Mr. President, I move that LB 874 be advanced to E&R for engrossing.
Colleagues, you've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, say nay. It is advanced. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, select file Legislative Bill 1393. First of all, I have E&R amendments, Senator.
Senator Ballard for a motion.
Mr. President, I move the E&R amendments to LB 1393 be adopted.
Colleagues, you've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, say nay. They are adopted. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, Senator Conrad, I have MO 1271. Senator Conrad moves to indefinitely postpone Legislative Bill 1393, but I have a note she would withdraw that.
Without objection, so ordered.
In that case, Mr. President, Senator Hansen would move to amend with AM 3278.
Senator Hansen, you're recognized to open.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, we got a few amendments on the underlying bill. One of them was the one that, if you remember, a couple weeks ago, we end up on the budget. We brought back to select file with the intent of removing a portion of an amendment that I had on there that had to do with kind of a business tax holiday and also allowing the commissioner to collect below a 0.7 yield factor, so actually lower the business tax if needed, if that fund gets too high. So that's what this amendment, AM 3278, does. It lowers the combined tax rate by 5% for 5 years after giving the Commissioner of Labor the ability to collect a lower amount if they deem it physically viable. Currently, the Commissioner is not able to collect below 0.7 yield factor, which is part of the reason there was such a large amount in the separate fund. With this amendment, the Commissioner can go to a 0.yield5 factor, which will result in the employers paying less in taxes. We've already passed this on a previous bill, but we didn't want to mess up the budget and the timing. So we took it off with the intent of adding it on here since it's germane in the same sections of statute. So this amendment previously was adopted with a 39-0 vote. And so I'd encourage your vote on AM 3278. And then Senator Conrad has a couple amendments that I am in favor of that kind of tightens up part of the NIL language that she was willing to bring forth, and it's a good idea. So thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Hansen. Senator Decay and Senator Brewer have three guests underneath the north balcony. Ethan Zeisler from Napier, Nebraska, John Riemann from Butte, Nebraska, and Peyton Wickersham from Butte, Nebraska, attending the FFA convention. Seeing no one in the queue, Senator Hansen, you're recognized to close on your amendment. Senator Hansen waives. Colleagues, the question before the body is the adoption of AM 3278. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Mr. Clerk, record.
35 ayes, no nays on adoption of the amendment, Mr. President.
AM 3278 is adopted.
Mr. President, next amendment, Senator Conrad, I have AM 3305 with a note that you would withdraw and substitute FA 350. Without objection, so ordered.
Without objection, so ordered. Senator Conrad, you're recognized to open.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, colleagues. First, I want to thank my friend Senator Hansen for the collaborative effort to bring forward this serious and constructive amendment that I think advances the original intent of the bill and identifies a few points of clarification from introduction, general file debate, and then to present day. Colleagues, what this amendment would do is essentially ensure fidelity and clarity to the understanding of how our public records laws work in regards to university operations and activities. So basically, the initial NIL framework that Senator Hunt passed and Governor Ricketts signed years ago essentially provided a trade secret exception for certain terms of the NIL contract from disclosure under the public records laws. So if these NIL deals or contracts or activities are happening in a purely private sense, they'll remain unavailable through public records requests. However, if the university starts to now or in the future involve themselves in any NIL-related activities, those types of communications and documents would be subject to the public records request as understood by current law. And the other piece that I think is important and relevant about the disclosure of contract terms, and I take to heart the governor's testimony in regards to when he came to open on this bill at the Business and Labor Committee, you can hear time and time again Governor Pillen talking about the need to update and strengthen our NIL framework to protect student athletes. And I think that's a goal that we share. However, I think it's becoming increasingly clear as we see how NIL plays out that we have to maintain the ability of the student athlete to disclose contract terms voluntarily if they see fit. Let me give you a concrete example. So if a student athlete receives a beneficial or profitable deal to do marketing for a certain company, sometimes it can be very beneficial for marketing purposes and value purposes for the student athlete to say, hey, I just got X amount of dollars to do a deal for Sprint Mobile or Coke or whoever it might be. And then that can kind of up their value, so to speak, in the NIL marketplace and help the student athlete compete for more deals or better deals. So we want to make sure that the student athlete maintains total control on a voluntary perspective as to whether or not to disclose contract terms. But we want to make sure that as the student athlete and private entities are involved in NIL, anything that's not related to a public institution or public dollars, that's going to remain private. But any entanglement or activity or operation that utilizes a public entity, a public employee, or public funds, that's going to be subject to public records laws, which would be the understanding under existing law, and this would just clarify it. So Senator Hansen and I have had a chance to talk to University of Nebraska representatives and the governor's policy research office. We came together on this consensus compromise language that's written out in Floor Amendment 350. I think it's a great solution and path forward to make sure we're protecting student athletes and protecting the public's right to know when university agents or operations are involved and if public dollars are involved. So I would urge your favorable consideration of FA 350, which I think enjoys widespread support. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Conrad. Seeing no one in the queue, colleagues, the question before the body is advancement of FA 350. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay.
Mr. Clerk, record.
33 ayes, no nays on adoption of the amendment, Mr. President.
Amendment advances. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, Senator Conrad moved to amend with AM 3306.
Senator Conrad, you're welcome to open.
Thank you, Mr. President. This floor amendment is also, I think, fairly considered a friendly amendment. I appreciate Senator Hansen's cooperation, the university's cooperation, and the governor's office cooperation. If you look at the initial framework for the NIL, the Name and Image Likeness Act that Senator Hunt brought forward years ago and that Senator Ricketts signed, it does provide a private cause of action for the student athlete to litigate certain matters if they were to arise, which is, I think, pretty typical in contract law and in other areas of state law. I was concerned that there was a far too broad blanket immunity provision in LB 1393 that would undercut the rights of student athletes to litigate important issues if they do arise. And you will know from a quick Google search that as the dollars and cents become ever more lucrative and involved in the quickly evolving NIL world, litigation also has become more prevalent. However, we want to make sure, as aligned with the intent of the bill and the governor and Senator Hansen and the university, to make sure that the NIL state law protects the student athlete. So if there is any sort of meritorious claim that the student athlete would have in regards to these issues, they should retain the private right of action that they have in the existing law. And we don't need to have the large blanket immunity, the broad grant of immunity to individuals in the university system that would prevent a student athlete from exercising their rights. So I thank Senator Hansen for his support and collaboration, and also the governor's office and the university officials. I'm happy to answer any questions, but would appreciate your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Conrad. Seeing no one else in the queue, colleagues, the question before the body is adoption of AM 3306. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Mr. Clerk, record.
33 ayes, no nays on adoption of the amendment, Mr. President.
AM 3306 is adopted. Mr. Clerk.
I have nothing further on the bill, Senator.
Senator Ballard for a motion.
Mr. President, I move that LB 1393 be advanced to ENR for engrossing.
Colleagues, you heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, say nay. It is advanced. Mr. Clerk?
Mr. President, select file legislative bill 876. I have no ENR amendments. Senator Holdcroft would move to amend with AM 3211.
Senator Holdcroft, you're recognized to open.
Thank you, Mr. President. AM 3211 to LB 876 reverts to the existing language for the current safe haven law on the books. AM 3211 adds staff fire stations, staff law enforcement agencies, and emergency care providers to the list of locations where a newborn child may be surrendered. It also has funding for a public information program that includes a website and also training for first responders who may accept children that are surrendered. This is, there are no safe haven baby boxes in there. Those have been removed. And the excessive language from DHHS has also been removed.
Thank you, Senator Holdcroft. Mr. Clerk, for an item.
Mr. President, Senator Holdcroft would move to amend AM 3211 with AM 3224.
Senator Holdcroft, you're recognized to open.
Thank you, Mr. President. The intention of AM 3224 to AM 3211 is to amend another one of my bills from this session, LB 741, or I'm sorry, and 974. I want to thank Speaker Arch for allowing me to bring this amendment on select file. I introduced LB 974 to harmonize the penalty for motor vehicle homicide of an unborn child while driving under the influence with the penalty for motor vehicle homicide of any other person while driving under the influence. The Judiciary Committee heard LB 974 on February the 29th. The bill received support from victims' families, a mother and grandmother who tragically lost her daughter and grandson when a drunk driver who was going more than 100 miles per hour crashed into another vehicle and took the lives of 2 women and a child who was due to be born shortly. The bill also received support from testimony from the Attorney General's office and County Attorney General's office, County Attorney's office, and 48 letters of support, including the Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Project Extra Mile, the Catholic Conference, and the Nebraska Family Allowance. The bill was favorably voted out of committee last week with 6 votes in the affirmative. Under existing law, the penalty for motor vehicle homicide of an unborn child while driving under the influence is a Class 3A felony, which carries a maximum sentence of only 3 years in prison. The current penalty for motor vehicle homicide of any other person while driving under the influence is up to 20 years in prison as a Class 2A felony. Additionally, both laws currently provide for an enhanced penalty if the defendant has previously been convicted of a prior DUI. As it sits now, this presents a great discrepancy in potential penalties across 2 similar laws that both apply to fatal crimes committed while operating a motor vehicle while intoxicated. LB 974 would address this inconsistency. The penalties for other fatal crimes having matching penalties regardless of whether the victim was an unborn baby or any other person. These crimes include first-degree murder of an unborn child, second-degree murder of an unborn child, manslaughter of an unborn child, and motor vehicle homicide. In all these instances, Nebraska law recognizes the dignity of the life of the preborn baby by conferring the same penalty classification as that for cases for any other victim. Unfortunately, motor vehicle homicide of an unborn child while driving under the influence is a crime that has occurred with some frequency in Nebraska, and given the loss of human life, In the course of that crime, the current penalty limiting incarceration is no more than 3 years is simply inadequate. It is unfair for the victim and the victim's family. This legislation would offer greater latitude for judges in determining the most appropriate sentences without imposing such restrictive sentencing limitations. To reiterate, LB 974 does not increase penalties. Rather, it harmonizes the penalty for motor vehicle homicide of an unborn child while driving under the influence with the penalty for motor vehicle homicide of any other person while driving under the influence. I would ask your support of AM 3224 to AM 3211. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Holcroft. Senator Conrad.
Germaneness.
Senator Conrad, Senator Holcroft, Speaker Arch, please come forward. Senator Conrad, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's my understanding that Senator Holcroft's going to remove the amendment, and I'll remove my germaneness challenge. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Conrad. Senator Holcroft,
I would move my, withdraw my AM 3224.
without objection, so ruled. Seeing no one else in the queue, Senator Holcroft, you're recognized to close on 3211. Senator Holcroft weighs. Colleagues, the question before the body is the advancement of AM 3211. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Mr. Clerk, record.
27 ayes, no nays on adoption of the amendment, Mr. President.
AM 3211 is adopted.
I have nothing further on the bill, Senator.
Senator Ballard for a motion.
Mr. President, I move that LB 876 be advanced to E&R for engrossing.
Colleagues, you've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, say nay. It is advanced. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, select file Legislative Bill 876A. I have no E&R amendment. Senator Holcroft would move to amend with AM 3273.
Senator Holcroft, you're recognized to open.
This amendment just the fiscal note to take out the baby boxes and moves that money actually over into the, it's only $65K, I think, for the information program, and that includes the website and training for the first responders.
Seeing no one else in the queue, Senator Holcroft, you're recognized to close. Senator Holcroft weighs. Colleagues, the question before the body is the adoption of AM 3273. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Mr. Clerk, record.
33 ayes, no nays in adoption of the amendment, Mr. President.
AM 3273 is adopted. Mr. Clerk.
I have nothing further on the bill, Senator.
Senator Ballard.
Mr. President, I move that LB 876A be advanced to E&R for engrossing.
Colleagues, you've heard the motion. All those in favor of the advancement say aye. Opposed, say nay. It is advanced. Items for the record.
Mr. President, your Committee on Judiciary, chaired by Senator Wayne, reports Legislative Bill 795, 162, 1126, 1195 to general file, some having committee amendments. Amendments to be printed from Senator Von Gillern to LB 1023. That's all I have this time.
Mr. Clerk, next item.
Mr. President, Mr. President, Senator Brewer, Legislative Bill 399, general file. It's a bill for an act relating to the Nebraska Power Review Board. Eliminates legislative findings, changes, and provides procedures relating to the board approval of an application for construction of a privately developed renewable energy generation facility, changes provisions relating to unauthorized construction of certain facilities, harmonized provisions, and repeals the original section. The bill was read for the first time on January 12th of last year and referred to the Natural Resources Committee. That committee placed the bill on general file. Mr. President, when the legislature left the bill pending was the bill itself, the committee amendments, a motion to recommit the bill to committee from Senator John Kavanaugh, as well as a reconsideration of that motion.
Senator Brewer, you're recognized for a 1-minute refresh.
Thank you, Mr. President. All right, real quick. This is Senator Bosselman's personal priority bill. It simply is taking the current requirements, which is for the renewables to provide the name of their wind company or solar company. They need to comply with the Power Review Board requirements, which is the form, which is now required for them to fill out. Nothing new there. It's an application to the Power Review Board. They have to be able to provide their decommissioning plan. They have a joint transmission agreement. That's simply then to move the power where it needs to be. And then they have to consult with Game and Parks. We've asked to add a power purchase agreement to this, which would go directly from the company that is the renewable, and a public meeting. And that is all LB 399 is asking for. Two things, public meeting and a PPA. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Brewer. Senator Bosselman, you're recognized for a 1-minute refresher on the committee amendment.
AM 2702 is to ensure that same public input review on both public
power and private development energy facilities projects prior to construction. It requires notice public meetings for either private or public proposed projects and set guidelines and procedures for those public meetings. Provisions apply to industrial facilities and private development projects generating greater than 10 megawatts of electricity, and requires that each developers have a notice public meeting with an opportunity for public input and interaction with private developers join public power in making application to the Power Review Board before beginning construction of a proposed project. Both follow the same hearing and other procedures. Provides that if a private developer follows the list of requirements that are already in Nebraska law and has a notice public meeting and provides a report such as minutes to the Power Review Board and has a power purchase agreement with the Nebraska Public Power Utility, and PRB shall approve the project. Thank you, Mr.
Time.
President.
Thank you, Senator Bosselman. Senator John Kavanaugh, you're recognized for a 1-minute refresher on your motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. That was nice. That's funny. So we're back on, I think, the motion to recommit and the refresh. But anyway, so I motioned to recommit because I thought we needed to have more conversation in the Natural Resources Committee about this. And I reconsidered because I think people didn't get an ample opportunity to talk about it. But this bill does a number of things as it's currently written, as a proposed amendment and the proposed amendment to the proposed amendment that would adversely affect private businesses' ability to build in the state of Nebraska. So that's why I'm in favor of the recommit. I will tell you that I've had some really productive conversations with Senator Brewer in his office and Senator Bosselman and folks in public power and folks who are in private developers about potential way forward with this bill. We just aren't quite there yet. We had until 4:30 today, and of course by 4:30, we're having some real earnest conversations. So we're going to keep talking on this. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator John Kavanaugh. Senator Duncan, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President, and almost good evening, colleagues. It's after 4:30. We can call it evening. It's 5 o'clock somewhere. I do rise today in favor of the motion for reconsideration, and if we were to vote green on that, then also in favor of the recommit to committee. Ultimately, as I explained last night, opposed to AM 2702 and LB 399. I wasn't able to hear, so I don't know whether or not Senator John Kavanaugh explained this, but there are currently conversations happening between folks on both sides of this issue. I want to yet again start off by commending Senator Brewer and his staff for working so hard on this. As they said to me earlier today, although we disagree on many issues, we always can work together on these kind of things to try to come to some consensus, and I really appreciate that. So my experience throughout the process on LB 399 has been one of cooperation and consideration. There's just a lot of various moving parts here, and so that's why it takes a little bit of time to figure this out. I am confident that hopefully we can figure something out here today, but until that happens, we're going to be talking a little bit more about the bill because I do think it's important to highlight some of the issues. Last night, we talked about some of the problems in play with AM 2702. And we also spoke about some of the problems with the upcoming amendment. I think it was 2912, which is the other amendment proposed by Senator Brewer. And what's interesting about them, for those who weren't paying attention last night or didn't tune in, the issues that are raised by 2702 are somewhat answered by 2912, but 2912 introduces new issues that were not originally a problem in 2702. So for those who aren't as familiar with the process of how this legislation happens, or the sausage making, as you will. Sometimes you can introduce a bill to fix one problem and then sort of unintentionally have a consequence crop up that introduces another. 2702 in its current language, I think, has either the intentional or possibly unintentional effect of creating this very discretionary environment, which is very uncertain for private energy producers to enter into. Under the current law, there is a list of rules, or a list of criteria, where if a private energy developer meets that criteria, then there's no need to hold this additional meeting, and the Power Review Board ultimately doesn't have the discretion to tell them yes or no about being built. If they meet that criteria, then they are allowed to proceed with their project in Nebraska. The changes in 2702 modify that mechanism. So instead of being a list of things that if you meet them, then you can automatically sort of proceed with the project. Instead, it becomes a discretionary process where you apply for your project to be approved. And then if you meet the criteria, which includes additional hoops to jump through, then it goes to the Power Review Board and they can determine either yay or nay with regards to whether or not your project is allowed to proceed. The problem that presents is if you're a private energy company or a private business and you want to invest in Nebraska, in order to meet the requirements of the criteria that are laid out in the new statute, it's going to cost a certain amount of upfront capital and investment. And by increasing the amount of hoops to jump through, it increases the amount of upfront cost for those companies, only to say that down the road, they may ultimately be denied the ability to proceed with the project. You ask any business person in here whether or not they're going to proceed with a project that's ambiguous as to whether it's approved or not, and they're going to tell you, we may do that, but it depends on how much I'm going to have to pay for that. So we need to ensure that we are not creating an environment that ultimately is so uncertain that it de-incentivizes these producers, thank you, Mr. President, from coming into Nebraska. And that's my concern about AM 2702. Ultimately, I still maintain concerns with the underlying LB 399 and sort of the general broad concepts here. I don't think that we should be in the business of telling these organizations, you're not welcome here. Or if you are welcome here, you have to do these additional things. I think these renewable energy sources are positive, both for Nebraska from an environmental perspective, but also from an economic perspective. And I think that we should be doing everything in our power to encourage them to come into the state and show them that they are welcome here. So, colleagues, I intend to continue having a little bit of this conversation tonight. My hope is the conversations between the stakeholders involved here will be fruitful, and I appreciate the hard work from both Senator Brewer and his staff, as well as my roommate, Senator John Kavanaugh, and others who have worked on this, and I look forward to continuing this conversation. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Duncan. Senator John Kavanaugh, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. So when I ran out of time on the refresh, I was talking about what we're up to in the legislature tonight. So we're on LB 399 and AM 2702, and then my motion to recommit, and then my reconsideration of that recommit, which means it did not pass. So I'm asking that you all give us another opportunity to recommit this to committee. And the reason for that is that there's still work to be done, which I guess would be evidenced by the fact that we are at this point still talking with the folks who are affected by this bill and how it will affect them. So, and to that point, like I said, I've been talking with Senator Brewer and his staff and Senator Bosselman and folks, the stakeholders affected by this on both sides. And we are working towards some sort of hopefully amicable resolution. It just takes a little bit of time, and like all things, diamonds are forged under pressure. Like this, our legislation is forged in the last few steps sometimes. So we're working to try and find a solution forward. But in the meantime, we're going to keep talking on this, because without some sort of compromise agreement, the bill, it will have detrimental effects to this industry, private developers in the state of Nebraska. And so that's my problem with 2702 as written, and the proposal of 2912. And so to go back to where we are on 2702, on page 1, the first change, section 1, line 16, is a private electric supplier means an electric supplier producing electricity from a privately developed renewable energy generation facility that is not a public power district, a public power or irrigation district, a municipality, a registered group of municipalities, an electric cooperative, an electric membership association, any other government entity, or any combination thereof. A private electric supplier is limited to the development of those facilities as provided in subsection 4 of the section, and then subsection 4. So that's the addition. They're limited. A private electric supplier is limited to the development of those facilities provided in subsection 4 of the section, which maybe seems a little redundant, because subsection 4 says privately developed renewable energy generation facility means, and then adds, and is limited to. So this is some exclusive language. A facility that A, generates electricity using solar, wind, geothermal, biomass, land fuel gas, or biogas, including all electrically connected equipment used to produce, collect, and store the facility output up to and including the transformation from steps up to the voltage to 60,000 volts or greater, and including supported structures, buildings, roads, unless otherwise agreed to in a joint transmission development agreement, which we'll talk about joint transmission development agreements at some point later. So there's a couple other parts of this. I can keep reading. Let's see. Or B, developed, constructed, and owned in whole or in part by one or more private electric suppliers. And C, is not wholly owned by a public power district, a public power irrigation district, municipality. So there's a question about that, the exclusive language. So technology is developing at a pretty quick rate. And so by putting in this sort of limitation, I think we're potentially causing limits on unknown future developments in the renewable field that I'm not capable of pontificating on at the moment. But, you know, there's things that we didn't think exist. I can tell you, actually, I'll tell you I think, great story. I had never heard of small modular nuclear until Senator Bosselman told me about it. So I'd never heard of it. I was only familiar with nuclear power. And then Senator Bosselman mentioned it to me during a hearing or after a hearing one time. And I said, I have no idea what you're talking about. And since have learned a lot about that. But this was a technology, if I were creating the list and said only things in this list would not be included. And so it's important that we not make bounded lists that limit our technological developments and potential for new industries. So I will push my light and talk a little bit more about this and other parts of this bill. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator John Kavanaugh. Senator Michaela Kavanaugh, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just am in the queue to help take time as things are being worked through on this bill. It would probably be more interesting if people who are well versed in this bill that really love 399 wanted to get on the mic and talk about the actual bill. That would be nice. That would help out your colleagues. Not me. I am currently doing the helping, but you know, if you love 399, you should maybe, now's the time. Now's the time for 399. Get it? So, I mean, I'm fine with voting on the motion to reconsider. I would happily recommit to committee and let them work on this and bring it back another time. But here we are. I literally have nothing to say. I am just here to fill the space until somebody somewhere has something else to say or that the agreement is finished. Everybody's herded together. Then we go for our dinner break. Maybe this will get done before our dinner break. That'd be good. Maybe it won't. Then you'll get to hear me talk some more. Unless other people want to talk who are well versed in this bill. Have I said that yet? I think I've said that. If you want to talk about this bill, please do. I actually think my staff put some stuff. One sec. Okay, my staff put together stuff. I just remembered that. So I'm going to see they put together on 399, 1300, and haha, they did. All right. Well, now I can, let's see here. Got a summary. The Farmers Union asked you to vote no. Nebraska Farmers Union is strongly opposed to 399 for a host of reasons. Here are our top 7. First, when it was heard last year, the second house made their views about the need for the bill very clear. In addition to Senator Brewer's testimony, there was one proponent. There were 6 in-person opponents, and 51 comments for a total of 71 to 1 oppose. Okay. Second, from a process standpoint, the substantive proposed amendments are such a nature they need to have a hearing, which they have not. Okay. Third, LB 399 is radically anti-business bill that would change current Nebraska law that was the result of years of compromise passed in 2016 that balances the need to protect our public power system while allowing our successful public-private partnership to move forward in a fair and reasonable fashion. Wind energy and now solar energy represent massive forms of successful rural economic development. Rural communities that have harvested their wind resources are growing, have new jobs, new tax base, new landowner incomes, and prospering. Yes, new capital investments in rural Nebraska do make a positive difference. Our private sector partners have invested, thank you, have invested $6.159 billion in new tax base in rural Nebraska, producing $17.6 million of new annual income for Nebraska farmers and landowners, and $17.6 million of new annual income and additional local tax revenues for the next 20 years, and 2,200 new good-paying jobs with benefits. LB 399 pulls up the welcome mat. So I think I'm about out of time, but it ends with, are we pro-business or not? And I mean, I'm not pro-business, you know. I think business is good. I think we should be enacting policies that encourage the growth and development of business in our state. Most of that means investing in workforce and human resources and the like. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Michaela Cavanaugh. Senator Frederickson, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, colleagues, Nebraskans. I rise today. Well, first and foremost, I just want to say I've been appreciative of this conversation. We, went into pretty late last night with this, and obviously we're picking this back up today. And as some folks have maybe touched on before, there has been a lot of conversation going on around this bill with Senator Brewer and his staff, as well as with stakeholders and other interested parties. And I'm genuinely appreciative of all the work that's been putting into this. And as folks are probably aware or have probably heard, there is, it seems like we're getting closer and closer to some agreement. So I feel really hopeful and optimistic that we are going to find a way to move this bill forward this year, where all stakeholders can sort of come to some form of agreement here. So I also want to say that this is also, this is a testament to, I think, kind of hard work in this chamber, where folks folks introduce legislation. They are open to feedback. They listen to parties that are impacted by the legislation, and they're willing to figure out a way to make things work. So I think we owe Senator Brewer and his staff a nod of appreciation for their openness for that, as well as all who have been working on this concern. I will say, without the agreement or without the amendment that I understand is being developed currently, I still remain opposed to LB 399 as it currently stands. And I spoke about this a little bit last night when I just want to kind of bring us back to some larger shared goals we have for the state and some global points on that. And, we're talking a lot about this year, providing much needed sustainable property tax relief for Nebraskans. And again, I support that as a worthy goal to have in our state. I also think that while we're going about that and while we're doing that as a goal, we need to be diversifying our revenue sources and be open to new revenue sources in our state to ensure that we are being fiscally responsible whenever we are cutting property taxes. So one way that this has been impactful in Nebraska is through private development of renewable energy sources. So since 2016, over $6 billion has been invested in the state from private investment in larger renewable energy sources. And that's a significant amount of money. And I think that there's room to be also, there's room for conversation around larger responsibilities to with these companies, not just kind of investing in that way, but how do they invest in the communities? How do they ensure that they are being responsible stewards in Nebraska? How are they ensuring that the communities where they are developing renewable energy sources are well taken care of, that they are providing good jobs for those folks as well? And that's something that I continue to be open to conversations around as well. I also want to say that I deeply respect and appreciate the rights of private landowners. And should private landowners decide that they wanted to look at different ways to diversify their income, so let's say, for example, you are a farmer and you've got a patch of land that for whatever reason isn't yielding as strong of a crop as it historically has. Or maybe you have a patch of land that's not farmable for whatever reason. Or maybe you have a bad yield year because of weather. Being able to make that decision as a private landowner that, hey, I want to put some solar panels on this part of my land, or I want to put something else there, that's probably wise diversification of income thank you, Mr. President, for those individuals. And so, that's not my business what people decide to do with their private land. If they choose that that's how they want to do, what they want to do with their land that might not be yielding agriculturally, then that's something that I think the state should not create undue burdens to pursuing that. So again, I want to reiterate, I am greatly appreciative to all folks who have been involved in negotiating around this. As I understand, there are amendments that are being drafted that there is agreement around, and hopefully we'll be able to move this forward. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Frederickson. Senator Jacobson, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, I was gone for part of last night, so I wasn't able to join in the conversation, and I just thought it would be important to kind of weigh in on this. I did listen to Senator Brewer's comments last night and want to reiterate a couple of those. First of all, I'm going to yield some time to Senator Brewer. Nobody's waiting for an amendment. It's drafted, it's been dropped. All we got to do is get rid of the blocking motions and it's ready to drop, and we can go talk about the final motion or the final amendment to really move the bill forward. So if we're sincere about moving this forward, then let's get with it. Let's go do it. But I don't think that's what we're doing here. I think we're filibustering. Okay, so we're not waiting for any negotiations to take place. That's already been done. And Senator Brewer has an amendment that eliminates the need for the Power Review Board to approve these projects. Okay, but what he's asking for is that before you put a renewable facility out there, that there has to be a public hearing, at least one, where community people can weigh in. I don't think that's too much to ask. Imagine if someone wanted to put a nuclear plant right in your town. Would it be important for the local community or sections of Omaha or Lincoln to weigh in on that? That's what you're asking people in the Sandhills to do. That's what you're asking them to do. There are people that have owned ranches, have been in their family for decades or for generations. And they bought those ranches because of the pristine beauty of the Sandhills. And we're being told that you should have private developers to come in and buy up leases and put these large chunks of concrete in the ground to put up these wind generators that are going to ruin the landscape. And that's what people are concerned about. I get it. You've got private landowners that have property rights, but you know what? Your neighbor has property rights too. And if what you do on your land interferes with what I do on my land or blocks my view, I should be able to weigh in on that. That's what we're asking for. That's what Senator Brewer's asking for with this bill and with this amendment. That's all he's asking for. With that, I'm going to yield the remainder of my time to Senator Brewer.
Senator Brewer yielded 220.
All right, thank you, Senator Jacobson. All right. It would be easy to get angry at this point because we are in a true filibuster over a bill that should have never been filibustered. There's as much as people want to get on the mic and say this is going to cost billions of horrible things. we're just trying to do a few things to protect the people that have to be around these facilities. But John Kavanaugh has been good about helping to work through to get to a place where we got agreement. We can't post it on the board yet because of what's already up there, but there's AM 3336. And what that's going to do is, if you remember right, I said we'd do two things. We'd have a power purchase agreement and we'd have a public hearing. This will cut that to where we just now have the public hearing. So if we have a filibuster tonight, it will be over having a public hearing. I think we're to a point now where we can come to an agreement. We've been back and forth with Public Power Review Board on one side, with the out-of-state, out-of-country wind, solar, renewables on the other side. I think we're just maybe one more tweak there, but I think that's something we can do here on the floor. So hopefully we can wrap this
1 minute.
up. Thank you, Mr. President. We can wrap this up, get some closure to things, and move on to more important stuff. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Jacobson and Senator Burr. Senator Duncan, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Hello, colleagues. I still remain in favor of the reconsider motion. So I look at my watch, and my move ring is completely full because I've been running back and forth a bunch between the lobby and in here and talking to a number of people, along with Senator John Kavanaugh and others. And so just to be very, very clear, there have been continuous ongoing negotiations between Senator John Kavanaugh, myself, other stakeholders, Senator Brewer's office, Senator Brewer's staff. There's amendments that are being talked about, tweaked, drafted. And so the implication that this is a lie, that we are simply filibustering and lying about an amendment being worked on is, I think, unintentionally untrue. And so I just want to make sure those paying attention understand that. There's been a lot of work actually that's been done over the last day and a half amongst a lot of people to try to get to a place where this is something that folks can find a workable path forward. When I work on a bill, I generally try to bring a solution. I think it's always important to not just say no, but try to have some alternative suggestions as to what you do stand for, what you do work on. And that's what has been attempted on this bill. Again, I am in the background of, I'm not on natural resources. I am certainly not one of the committee members who heard this originally. So I am playing catch up a little bit with regards to this issue and some of the stakeholders involved here. My understanding is that one of the initial amendments, or the initial amendments that were proposed to LB 399 were done so in good faith in an effort to address a number of the concerns. But I also understand that perhaps those amendments were not, signed off by some of the people they would affect. And so it's not as though a total agreement was met and then somebody pulled back on that. It's that these amendments were dropped in an effort to address the legitimate concerns of those that it would affect. Those individuals read them and said, hey, I really appreciate the fact that you're trying to address these concerns, but it still has an issue in these few ways. And when a future amendment comes down, as Senator Brewer said, there's an additional amendment that's been offered that seeks to further address those concerns. Sometimes you have to run that by the stakeholders or the people it affects. They read it and say, love the concept, but here's my concern. This line affects us this way. What if we change that? So there's tweaks that happen. So there's been a lot, and I want to underline that, a lot of back and forth and a lot of effort, I think, by a number of people, again, to get to a place where we actually can find some consensus on this. So for those who are watching at home or are watching us run back and forth in the chamber, I just want to make very clear there are ongoing negotiations happening and have been going on for about a day and a half. With that being said, I do hope that we don't take the entire night on this bill. I certainly don't want to. I certainly don't think anybody does. But a lot of times, I've seen both Republicans, Democrats, everybody across the spectrum do this. You talk on the mic in order to give the individuals who are negotiating time to continue working on what is ultimately going to be the potential agreement. Now, again, I can't say whether or not that agreement will be reached, but I can tell you we are closer than we were before. And that's about all we can ask for. So I think that we're in a good place right now. And I do urge my colleagues again to consider the motion to reconsider. If you'll remember, I think the original reconsideration motion is on the motion to recommit, which was brought by Senator John Kavanaugh because he had concerns that the bill had changed so much from its initial form. If you look at the underlying LB 399 and compare that to AM 2702, and then the future amendments that were out there, I think AM 2912, you will see an evolution of what the bill says and what the bill does. And I think that's what's made it somewhat of a moving target and a little bit difficult for folks in the industry to be able to say exactly whether they have
1 minute.
concerns. Thank you, Mr. President. Whether they have concerns, and if they do have concerns, what those concerns might be. And so at the end of the day, please trust the process. There are people who are working diligently to find some common ground on this, because I think that's what we all want to do. So please hold tight, continue to listen to the conversation, as I do think we're going to keep talking about some of the underlying implications of this bill. And I appreciate the input from people who live in agricultural areas who are more directly affected by the subjects we're talking about with regards to having it in their backyard. Again, in LD 26, where I represent Northeast Lincoln, we don't have that. So it is helpful for me, Senator Jacobson and others, to hear your perspectives and understand where you come from. We have to listen to all voices in these conversations, and I appreciate the conversation we've had so far. With that, thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Duncan. Senator Brewer, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, hopefully folks understand why I've become discouraged. As I said yesterday, if you look at the queue and everybody who's opposed to this bill, they're from the big cities. They don't have them. They never will have them, but they want to dictate what the people who live in rural areas have to deal with. Add to that the fact that here's the negotiation, because my temper is starting to boil over, so I'm at the point where we're going to make this as clear as I can possibly make it. AM 3336 is the amendment. That's cutting it in half. I'm not cutting any more. There's nothing left. Big wind out there in that lobby that's lining everybody up, want nothing more than the bill to be nothing. Okay? So 3336, that's the bill. If you don't like it, then let's go ahead, finish the filibuster, and you can be known for filibustering this place over a public meeting. It is ridiculous that we've come to this point here. Now, I've been trying to work with folks, but to chop it anymore means there's nothing left. Why do we have bills if all we're going to do is come here and negotiate it down to nothing? And remember who we're negotiating with. They're not from Nebraska. Some aren't even from this country. Why don't we lean hard toward public power? The very ones I said were #1 in the nation and #5 in the nation. There's the ones we ought to try and listen to. Listen to our Power Review Board. They're trying to protect us. That's what they're here for. And yet we want to bend over backwards. We want to run back and forth and be these talking heads for big wind out there who get everything they want. Since 2016, they've run this state. They go where they want. They do what they want. And that's worked out real nice for them. Now, I'd like to think that these billions upon billions of dollars that supposedly they put into our economy, that for some reason we don't see much of, was the truth. But you can write down any number you want and preach about it on the mic. It doesn't mean anything. So here's where we're at, folks. We're going to either vote on this amendment and be done with it, or I'll pull the amendment, we'll go back to the original bill and have everything the way it is. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Brewer. Senator John Kavanaugh, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, colleagues. Thank you, Mr. President. So I appreciate Senator Brewer's frustration, and I'm admittedly feeling similar to Senator Brewer about the frustration of where we're at. I would say the amendment he's talking about is pretty close, I think, to where we're going to end up. There is some conversation, concern about a portion of the bill and what it actually does. I was just out in the rotunda and I missed some folks talking, but I was talking to all the people that this bill affects, and it's a classic conversation about these two sentences. And everybody says they do nothing, so why can't we put them in there? And the other side says they do nothing, why do you need them in there? And so that's where we're at, is having a conversation where the proponents for some language argue it does nothing, and the opponents to the language say it does nothing. So Senator Brewer's frustration is well earned about this. And if we need to figure out what exactly we're trying to accomplish, because we write these laws here and there is, maybe we don't do the best job all the time, but we should aspire to get it right the first time, or at least by final reading. But if we're writing a law that has language in it and nobody knows what it does, that should be a concern. And it's not Senator Brewer's fault. It's not Senator Jacobs' fault. It's not anybody's fault in here that this particular language is being parsed so aggressively or thoroughly. But the conversation, the reason we are where we are and we're continuing to take time is because we had a conversation last night toward the end of the night, and we've had conversations off the microphone about that we would continue having this conversation and filibuster until we get to an agreement. And I do think that we're very close to an agreement on this, but if I tell you I'm going to do something, I'm doing it. Sometimes I regret telling you that I was going to do it, but I still am going to do it. So that's where we might be at the moment, but that's why Senator Brewer, I think, is frustrated, is he has made some really reasonable concessions, in my opinion, about this, and we are haggling over the tiniest bit of this bill, and I see that as a genuine frustration on his part. So I respect that feeling, and I feel it in my own way. But I will continue I've been out in the rotunda talking to folks about this and telling them we need to figure out what our path forward is so that we can get this bill moved. So I will keep talking about it, and I'll push my light. Again, I think I have one more time to talk, but sometimes it just takes a long time to get to a real compromise, and sometimes we all learned this week, I think, we don't really make an honest effort at compromise until we are under the gun, till we have the real threat in front of us. So on AM 2702, we were talking about the language on line 16 of page 1 that adds in a private electric supplier is limited to the development of those facilities as provided in subsection 4 of this section.
1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. President, which they're currently already limited to. And then next line is private developer renewable energy generation facility means, and then this is the new language, and is limited to a facility that generates electricity using solar. So there's about 3 mentions in about a 4-line space of what a renewable energy developer, private renewable energy developer is, and it's a little bit circular, but it references to itself. It says that a renewable energy developer is a renewable energy developer who develops renewable energy of this type. So maybe not the most elegant language. So there's some question about that. I'll push my light, talk a little bit more, but I'm hopeful that we are close to a resolution. I will keep working at it to get us to a place where we can all breathe a sigh of relief and feel good about the work we do here. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator John Kavanaugh. Senator Bosselman, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good evening or good afternoon, Nebraska. I want to make a couple comments. I agree totally with Senator Brewer. It seems like the goalpost keeps getting moved, and I think he's done significant work as far as what he's willing to change the bill to, because it only does 2 things, folks. It only does 2 things. One thing is to have a meeting at the location that affects the people where the projects will be built. And the other one is purchase agreement. Have a power purchase agreement. If you go out and ask, and if they're honest, if you go out and ask those companies out here that are out here saying no, ask them how many projects do they have that don't have a power purchase agreement, and they're going to tell you, well, we maybe one, maybe two. Maybe. Because our investors want to make sure we have a place to go with the energy, with the electricity when you generate, so we don't want to have a stranded asset. So right now, they already have power purchase agreements. They have contracts. There's nothing new. So that's what is in the bill now. That's what's being asked about. If there's tweaks here or there, I think we as a body, we as senators need to take the bull by the horn right now, and let's do what Senator Brewer has asked. Let's pass his AM 3336, and then that's on general file and select if there's more that needs to be done, and let's work on it. Pretty plain and simple, not hard. But we need to make that decision right here. And we can do that. The other thing I want to talk about real quick is I find it interesting that people are standing up and talking about, oh, how much money this has brought in the state, all the economic development, all the jobs, all the things that the renewables are doing for the state. I have a bill, LB 566, and that was to take a look at what exactly is going on, what those impacts are, and what really is being brought to the state. And those same people out here that saying all these things are the ones that opposed it. It's on general file, but they're the ones that said no. Oh, no, you can't look at that. But we're going to tell you how much money is being brought in. We're going to tell you how many jobs are being brought in. So that's what's going on here. If you're going to stand up, if we're going to have that discussion on how valuable the economic development stuff, and that's fine. I'm all about that. I have a bill, LB 566, and that was the intent of that bill. And the night before it went before the exec board, 3-page letter come in to sink the whole bill. And then everybody came in and opposed it. Oh, you're opposed to this. Oh, you're opposed to that. No, I'm not. It was just to say, okay, if we're receiving those type of benefits off of all the different types of generation, then let's look at it. What is it exactly? So let's bring 566 up. If that's what we want to do, if we want to look at that and compare that, let's get 566. It's on general file. Let's amend that in, and let's get that done too, because I think that's important for the state to look at.
1 minute.
So once again, I think it's time that we can be here till cloture on something that maybe, as some folks are saying, 1 or 2 words. Then let's make the decision. Let's pull the motions. Let's pull the amendment. Let's put Senator Brewer's 336 on. Let's pass it. Let's move on. Let's get work done. And then they can work on it to get it to select. That is I think, a responsible thing, because if we're truly wanting to work on this and truly wanting to get something done, that's what we need to do. And if those in the lobby are standing in the way, let's say enough and let's just move this on and let's get to the rest of the work that needs to be done tonight. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Bosselman. Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, I do see that the people that are leading the opposition are actually speaking with staff to, I assume, try and get a quick resolution. I understand the frustration when it takes time to get the agreements and fighting over the words and wordsmithing, and like I share everyone's frustration. Like, let's just get this done. But it is taking time, and we have, fortunately, we have several hours left of debate on this bill. So this isn't going to ultimately take this to cloture. It's just going to take it until they have the compromise ready. And unfortunately, that is taking time. And I think everyone is frustrated by that. I know that Senators Kavanaugh and Dungan are frustrated by that. I know that Senators Bosselman and Brewer are frustrated by that. I'm mostly a spectator in this one, but I can see the frustration. But I would say that I will take umbrage anytime anyone says that Senator John Kavanaugh is being disingenuous about anything. It's not like he's not capable of being disingenuous. He is working in good faith and really trying to help bring people together and build a coalition around this. So I just would ask that people have patience. And, you know, if this takes a little bit more time, but ultimately ends as a result, doesn't take to closure, isn't that a good thing? So if we have to wait until after the dinner break to move this forward, I view that as a win for everyone, that we have come to a compromise and moved a bill forward, and we still will not have taken several hours on it. I know it's frustrating. Believe me, I know it's frustrating, but it's the process, and the process off the mic is laborious. It requires bill drafters. It requires the coalition of people that you're working with on interested parties on both sides, weighing in. And I will say that I have actually discussed this issue with my aunt who lives in the Sandhills, and she and I don't necessarily see eye to eye on it. So this isn't something that either Senators Kavanaugh just jump into readily, because we have family members who have a personal interest in this legislation. So we need to take that into consideration. And personally, we Christmas is going to be hard. Well, actually, we don't see her at Christmas. New Year's is going to be hard because she lives in the Sandhills. Sometimes she's snowed in. But I know that Senator John Kavanaugh is working in good faith, and I just ask that the body have patience, and we will get this sorted out, and we will move forward to another filibuster. So hurry up and wait, sort of thing. How much time do I have left?
1 minute, 7 seconds.
Okay. Well, I was going to yield time if anybody wanted time. I don't know if Senator Brewer wants any more time.
1 minute.
Would you like time? I yield my time to Senator Brewer.
Senator Brewer, you're yielded 53 seconds.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. All right, so everyone knows, John Kavanaugh and I have been working closely with about everybody who's interested. We have a compromise figured out, and we're going to be talking on the mic. I have a amendment that'll be coming up, the one I talked about, 3336. And some of what we'll do is just clarifying to make sure that we're both on the same sheet of music. But I think we're in a good place where we can put some closure to the things and move on. I thank John for his patience, because he has been way more patient than I have been. And he figured out how to thread the needle and get both sides to find a middle ground.
Time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Brewer and Senator Kavanaugh. Senator Erdman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good evening. So I've been listening to the debate. Senator Brewer was a little upset. I appreciate that. This bill, as I said earlier, should have been on consent calendar. I can't believe that we spent this much time on this. I've learned a few things in the 594 days that I've been here. And I learned more than I wanted to learn about the lobby. Nothing happens here unless a lobby agrees. And Senator Brewer correctly stated it. He said these people not even Nebraska companies. Senator Bosselman made comments about trying to figure out how much actual economic development or contribution they make to our economy. They don't want you to know that. I'll give you a little history. Back in 2007, I was county commissioner in Morrill County, and they wanted to put wind energy in Morrill County. They came to the commissioner meeting. I asked the question, how much does one of those wind towers cost? He said, I can't say. I said, how much electricity is one tower going to generate? I can't say. So would you say that the wind tower will generate enough electricity over its lifetime to pay for the tower? He couldn't say. It's not that he couldn't say. He knew. He just didn't want to tell me. Because here's the advantage, is the tax incentives. And Buffett himself has said no one would build one tower without the incentives. So one of the reasons why they replace these towers after a certain period of time is they get new tax incentives. So I am not in favor of wind energy or solar. And if I would have been Senator Brewer, I would have just held my ground and taken it to 5 hours that we have left and see if we got 33. Because I think his bill was very reasonable. I think he wanted the Power Review Board to review these things, and the experience that I've had with these hearings that I've been attending, that I attended, these people are willy-nilly, do whatever they want because they know they're an authority, because they have the lobby supporting them. So you've seen what happened yesterday when we voted on 388, and the lobby thought that I was with them. Guess what? They all let out a big groan when I voted yes. You heard it. Been here 594 days. Never heard that before in my life. Did yesterday because the lobby didn't win yesterday. Imagine that. First time ever. So Senator Brewer, you can negotiate whatever you want. It's your bill. But I'd just taken the 5 hours, whatever we got left, and vote on it. It's hard to believe that the lobby has that much influence, and I think probably it's because they make a contribution to people's campaign funds. That could possibly be the answer. So I'll vote for whatever Senator Brewer thinks the right answer is, but I would be in favor of adopting 399 just as it was. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Erdman. Senator Blood, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Fellow senators, friends all, I was trying to contribute to allowing people to get together and negotiate, and I think that we just heard that that's exactly what's happening. You're going to see later on that I'm going to be pulling my amendment because Senator Brewer did satisfy my concerns in reference to the meetings, and I was sincerely trying to make it a better bill, and it looks like that's the direction we're going. With that, I would yield any additional time I have to Senator Brewer if he would like it.
Thank you, Senator Blood. Senator Brewer, you're yielded 4 minutes and 26 seconds.
Thank you, Senator Blood. Well, I don't have anything profound to tell you that I didn't tell you last time, but I just thought that Senator Blood was being so gracious, it would only be right of me to take the time. Again, this has been a process. I understand what Senator Erdman's saying, but I'm also one of those guys that believes that I'll take 70% of something rather than 100% of nothing. And that's how I approach this. We put up a lot of issues. We went back and forth on some things, but I don't think that we need to eat time that's so valuable at this point in the session. So just stand by. Senator John Kavanaugh will be having some exchange that'll help clarify everything for everybody, and we'll move on. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Brewer. Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, you're recognized.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. President. I think I am going to just yield my time to the chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Cavanaugh. Seeing no one in the queue, Senator John Kavanaugh, you're recognized to close on your motion.
I would move to withdraw my reconsider.
So ordered. Without objection.
Mr. President, Senator John Kavanaugh, I have MO 1324 to bracket the bill with a note that you would have to withdraw that as well. Mr. President, without objection, so ordered. Without objection, so ordered.
Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. President, next I have FA 331, FA 330 from both from Senator Dungan, both with notes that he would withdraw those.
So ordered.
In that case, Mr. President, Senator Bostar would move to amend with AM 3296.
Bostar, you're welcome to open on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I told Senator Brewer that I wouldn't take a lot of time on this amendment, but I did want to talk about it briefly. I have the pages are currently distributing. I think they might be making copies. They're distributing an article that ran in the Flatwater Free Press about compensation for executives of public power districts, especially compared to the amount of compensation received by lower level staffers that work in the industry and do the hard work of making sure the lights stay on. And the disparity in that compensation, considering the sourcing of all those funds as ratepayer dollars, public dollars, is fairly extraordinary. The fact that you can pull a 7-figure salary working for a public power district is something that I think we should all really think about if that's right. So I'll speak briefly to the amendment. The amendment says that if you are an employee of a public power entity and your total compensation were to exceed $200,000 in a year, your compensation package would be subject to a majority vote by this body for approval. And if it failed that vote, or if it wasn't taken up by this body, your compensation would have to be lowered underneath that threshold. Whether or not that's the right number is open for debate. But I think the current system is broken. And in the article, you actually notice that Senator Brewer has some quotes in there. One of the things that Senator Brewer points out is, and I'm paraphrasing, it seems like it's a lot of money that could have gone to lowering the rates that Nebraskans are paying for their power. And I think that's actually exactly right. So when you get the article at your desk, I would invite you to read it. It's fascinating. It's good reporting. I appreciate their reporting. And like I said I wouldn't take a lot of time with this. I'm not trying to drag this out. I know that work's being done on this underlying bill, and I really appreciate the efforts of everyone who's working to make sure LB 399 has all of the amendments it needs in order to move forward. And I'm definitely not trying to stand in the way of that. Just trying to bring to light a serious issue relating to the utilization of public funds in our state. With that, thank you, colleagues. Thank you, Mr. President, and I would ask to withdraw AM 3296.
So ordered.
Mr. President, next I have Senator Blood's AM 3053 with a note that she would withdraw that.
So ordered.
Senator Dungan, I have AM 2804 with a note he would withdraw that.
So ordered.
Then, Mr. President, Senator Brewer would offer AM 2912.
Senator Brewer, you're welcome to open on the amendment.
All right. The amendment 2912. Oh, I'd ask that we'd pull 2912, please.
So ordered.
Mr. President, I have AM 2848 from Senator Frederickson with a note that he would withdraw that.
So ordered.
In that case, Mr. President, Senator Brewer, I have AM 3336.
Senator Brewer, you're welcome to open on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. All right, AM 3336. That eliminates the requirement that was in the original 2702 that there would be two areas. The first being the power purchase agreement, and the second being the public hearing. So the power purchase agreement, part of that is being eliminated by AM 336, and that leaves only the public hearing. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Brewer. Senator John Kavanaugh, you recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, colleagues, for your patience, and thank you, Senator Brewer, for your work on this and your staff. So we did get there. It took us an hour longer than we needed, but so I appreciate Senator Brewer's work on AM 3336, and I would ask if Senator Brewer would yield for a question.
Senator Brewer, will you yield?
Yes.
Thank you, Senator Brewer. So I think I saw you had a copy of AM 2702 in front of you, and I was hoping to have a conversation with you about something on page 1 of that. Do you have that?
I do.
So if we look at line 16 through essentially line 20, we've added in some language that says a private electric supplier is limited to the development of those facilities as provided in subsection 4 of this section, subdivision 4, and then it goes down to subdivision 4, and that says a private renewable developer, renewable energy generation facility means and is limited to, so we've added and is limited to, a facility that, and then it lists a certain number of things. Is it your intention with that language to limit the type of new technologies that could be brought online?
Well, I think part of it was to kind of establish where we are with current renewables. As we would go into something that, say, we're not able to foresee now, that it's some type of a fusion energy, that would need to be added to statute at some point in the future so that they had clarification that that was something they could do.
But with the addition of that specific language, the intention is not to limit new technologies.
Correct.
Okay.
Sorry.
So I just want to make sure for the record, for those reading for posterity, we're talking about this section that adds this language on page 1 of 2702, and the intention is not to limit new technology. What is the intention with that language, if I may ask?
Well, if we just keep reading on that, it says generate electricity using solar, wind, geothermal, biomass, landfill gas, or biogas, including all electrical connections, equipment used to produce, collect, store the facility output up to and including the transfer that steps up the voltage to 60,000 volts or greater and includes supporting structures, buildings, roads, and otherwise agreed to joint transmission development agreement. So I guess it's just clarifying everything that is expected of them.
Okay, clarifying. Thank you. Thank you, Senator Brewer. And again, thank you for your patience and work on this. And colleagues, I thank you, Senator Brewer. I'll say something else, I guess, before. So I support AM 3336. You all know how I feel about this bill as originally written, and it's been a real good conversation with Senator Brewer and others about this to get to this place. So this amendment does what Senator Brewer has said, which is AM 3336 pairs back the new requirements that we're placing on private developers. It requires them to still have a meeting in the area, the county where they are having a public meeting in the county where they seek to build, but it does not add that new onerous requirement that they go to the Power Review Board, and it does not have that onerous requirement that they get a power purchase agreement before they enter into a project. And those two requirements were really ones that the industry would have probably left the state or not continue building here. So we've got some more openness, transparency, opportunity for comment. Those are all really good things. And so gets us some of those things, but also does not unduly destroy or hinder an industry in this state. So I really appreciate that work, and I appreciate Senator Brewer's willingness to clarify this particular paragraph. And so I would encourage your green vote on AM 3336. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh and Senator Brewer. Senator Brewer, you're recognized to close on the amendment. Senator Brewer waives closing. Question before the body is shall Amendment 3336 advance? All in favor vote aye. All opposed vote nay. Mr. Clerk, record.
42 ayes, no nays, Mr. President, on adoption of the amendment.
The amendment advances. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, Senator John Kavanaugh would move to amend with FA 351.
Senator John Kavanaugh, you're welcome to open.
All right, I'll be quick because I know everybody's had their fill of this bill. So this just changes a little bit. In this bill, there's a increased bonding requirement. So currently for decommissioning in statute, these facilities have to have a bond at the 10th year for decommissioning. And the bill would change it to 3 years. Senator Brewer and I, as part of this negotiation, agreed to meet in the middle, essentially at 6 years. And I would point out to you that in the decommissioning requirement for the local agreements can be more restrictive. So a county can say you need to have bonding sooner than that. The statute just set it at 10 years. So this would, again, take away some of the excessive burden that may have been inadvertently placed on these facilities, and allow folks to engage in commerce in a private manner without interruption and undue burdens of the state. So, which is of course something we all want to do. So I encourage your green vote on FA 3351. Wow, we're 351 floor amendments. So green vote on FA 351. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. Seeing no one in the queue, you're welcome to close. Senator Kavanaugh waives closing. Question before the body is shall floor amendment 351 advance? All those in favor vote aye. All opposed vote nay. Mr. Clerk, record.
41 ayes, no nays on adoption of floor amendment 351, Mr. President.
The floor amendment is adopted. Mr. Clerk.
I have nothing further at this time, Mr. President.
Senator Bosselman to close on the committee amendment. Senator Bosselman waives closing. The question before the body is shall the committee amendment AM 2702 be adopted? All those in favor vote aye. All opposed vote nay. Mr. Clerk, record.
44 ayes, no nays on adoption of the committee amendments, Mr. President.
The amendment is adopted.
I have nothing further on the bill, Mr. President.
Senator Brewer, you're welcome to close on LB 399. Senator Brewer waives closing. The question before the body is shall LB 399 be advanced? All those in favor vote aye. All opposed vote nay. Mr. Clerk, record.
44 ayes, no nays on advancement of the bill, Mr. President.
The bill is advanced. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, a single item, Senator McKinney amendment to be printed to LB 164. Mr. President, concerning the agenda, when the legislature left Legislative Bill 1300. Pending was an indefinitely postponed motion from Senator Michaela Cavanaugh pursuant to Rule 6, Section 3F. Senator Bostar had opened on the bill. Senator Michaela Cavanaugh had opened on the motion.
Turning to the queue, Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Not gonna lie, I wish we had taken the last bill right up to dinner. But we've got 18 minutes. We could take a 45-minute dinner. That'd be okay. That'd be cool. Anybody wanna, well, we don't do a motion, we just stand at ease for dinner, so. Okay, so LB 1300, I actually don't fully know what LB 1300 is. It's something to do with China. One moment. If anybody would like, I only have one more time in the queue after this, so if anybody would like to yield me time or talk themselves, that would be fab. Okay, so there have been 11 attempts to reinstate winner-take-all or national popular vote method in Nebraska since 1992. So the bill was actually originally enacted in 1991. Diana Shimmick led the charge. I don't know how many of you know former Senator Shimmick, but she was here for Former Senator Day, and it's always lovely to see her. And you know, it's kind of an amazing thing that she did. And ever since then, Nebraska has been in play for federal office for president. And so that has been a huge economic driver in the Omaha area. And why should you care about economic driver in the Omaha area? Well, when there are events at our arenas, et cetera, which there are presidential events at our arenas, et cetera, during a presidential year, that money, a portion of that tax is turned back to smaller communities, community development. So it actually impacts all of us. And I can tell you that presidential events on both sides are like sold out crowd events. So this is not chump change by any means at all. So LB 764 is also still in committee. It has not been execed on. It has not been voted out by a majority of the members. It is sitting in committee. So I have had my wonderful staff put together some information in opposition. Former Senator Al Davis, who I believe was just out in the rotunda for the previous bill. Here's a little bit what he had to say. Okay, the first election for winner-take-all took place was 1824, and James Madison said he didn't think the founders had intended that would be the development. But what happened was the big states wanted to expand their power, and so they developed the winner-take-all approach. And then the other small states had to follow along. So it didn't start out as an honorable thing. Winner-take-all was and still is a tool which larger states and the dominant party would like to use as a weapon to drive policy. So again, it takes away the citizen's voice. A popular vote is thank you. It is a much more equal process. And it's something I actually have always been kind of flummoxed by the Electoral College, because it just, like, as a child learning about government and trying to figure out the whole processes, et cetera, it's like, okay, so you vote, but then you have electoral votes. And really, without winner take all, it diminishes our voice in the process, because you'll see pundits carving out maps based on just number of electoral votes, and we won't get any of the presidential candidates coming to this state to talk to the people in this state about their platforms. And that is a disservice. And I know we can't control that, but we can to a certain degree. And our split electoral votes is the mechanism we have available
Time.
to us. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Hunt, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Good evening, colleagues, and good evening, Nebraskans. Today, I stand before you, as many of our colleagues do, to discuss one of the cornerstones of our democratic process here in Nebraska, our unique system of apportioning electoral college votes by congressional district. Discussions have arisen, as they have for many of the past years, about potentially shifting to a winner-take-all system in an amendment that was filed to LB 1300. And I think that it is crucial for us to have a robust conversation, not only about what that amendment does and what the implications are, not only for Nebraska, but for all of you electorally, but for the reasons that this is even being brought forth at this time in our session. As Senator Kavanaugh explained, Nebraska and Maine stand alone in the United States as two states that do not adhere strictly to the winner-take-all rule in presidential elections. Instead, what we do in Nebraska is we award 2 electoral college votes to the statewide popular winner, and then we apportion the remaining votes according to the popular vote winner in each of the congressional districts. This system is really amazing. It's really special because it ensures that we have a more nuanced reflection of our state's diverse political views, our diverse demographic backgrounds that we have, and it also fosters a greater sense of inclusivity and representation. Now we're in a mess today, April 3rd, day 54 of a 60-day session, just before dinner at 5:49 p.m., because Senator Lippincott's bill to do away with this system has been amended into LB 1300. It's an unfriendly amendment. Senator Bostar does not appreciate this. Speaker Arch does not appreciate this. Many members of the legislature who have been in conversation on the sides throughout last, entire day that we've been here on the floor do not appreciate this. It's an unfriendly amendment, and it kills the bill. It kills the bill that does a lot of really other great things that we need for first responders, for our military veterans, for people who serve. The amendment itself represents LB 764, which is still in committee. It has not been execed on. We haven't had an executive session. It hasn't been voted out. And as a member of the Government, Military, and Veterans Affairs Committee, where this bill currently sits, I can tell you that this bill is not currently ready for the floor. And it's not going to be ready for the floor in the next 4 days either. What's going to happen is, with this bill amended onto Senator Bostar's LB 1300, is if we get to a vote on this, if we move past Senator Kavanaugh's procedural motions and we actually get to the meat of that winner-take-all amendment and we actually get to a vote on it, this will be an accountability vote to Donald Trump for all of you. What's going to happen is not necessarily the GOP, not necessarily the official Republican Party, but Donald Trump himself, Charlie Kirk, whatever other right-wing podcaster that you can think of who would like to see Donald Trump reelected and feels that Omaha's one electoral vote could make or break his ability to be reelected. What's going to happen when they see that vote, whether it passes or not, is all of you who didn't support that are going to be ground into the dirt by these men. You are not going to believe the doxing.
1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. President. The harassment, the abuse that you and your family and your loved ones are going to experience. And that's not a threat from me. That's what happens in the Republican Party when Donald Trump puts a microscope on a person, who's not voting his way, right? And we see that happen all over the country. And right now that microscope is on Nebraska. And you guys are playing with fire. Senator Slama is playing with fire by putting that on this bill for a quote unquote test vote or whatever the reason is. You can support winner take all. Let that be its own debate. Let that be its own conversation later. Let us give Senator Lippincott the respect and dignity that his bill deserves by debating a bill that's in the right condition to actually be on the floor. Let it have come through the Government and Military and Veterans Affairs Committee fair and square so you can win fair and square. Don't do this messy stuff. Because when you take the vote, you're going to be under the microscope too. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Hunt. Senator Blood, you were recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Fellow senators, friends all, I might stand in support of the IPP motion, but at this time I have questions about the underlying bill, and I would hope that Senator Bostar would yield to some questions. Sorry, Senator Linehan, I need to talk to Senator Bostar.
Senator Bostar, will you yield?
Yes, of course.
Thank you, Senator Bostar. I'm going to try and do this quickly so I can get all my questions in 5 minutes.
Perfect.
All right, I know you're a really good explainer, but I only have 5 minutes. So I'm looking at Section 8, and it's going to create a new committee with 5 voting members and 2 people going to be appointed by the governor. Can you just briefly talk about what the purpose of that is?
Yeah, so that would be the Committee on Pacific Conflict. So the purpose would be to identify and evaluate threats and risks faced by the state of Nebraska should a conflict in the Pacific break out. And those are fairly multidimensional threats. And so big picture, identify threats and see if there are opportunities to mitigate them.
So when you say Pacific, what do you mean?
A conflict in the Pacific theater of the planet we are on.
Which would include which countries?
Well, a
Because
lot.
it's obviously not going to be in the ocean, right?
I would imagine a lot of the conflict would probably be in the ocean. I think, and that leads to some of the consequences we're talking about, right? You can have a conflict in the Pacific between countries that are unrelated to your trading partners. But if your trade routes go through the Pacific while there's a war happening, that is a consequence that we should be aware of and think through and see if we can mitigate.
Especially with ag, I agree.
Yeah.
So, and then they would make sure that they'd meet, I think if I read it correctly, it was like every 3 months. They'll do a report just in time for the governor to announce it during his State of the State or whatever the yearly speech happens to be. And that they're going to check with staff to make sure that we're not entering into any contracts with any adversaries. Does that sound correct?
Correct. Yeah, there's, yes.
So the piece that I see missing that, again, I'm not getting good answers on, not just from you, but from the administration. When we talked about it in the budget, I didn't get a good answer, is where's our cybersecurity part of it? Is that part of this? Because it seems that, we don't want China or Russia to buy up land, and we don't want to have contracts with them. And I'm not saying those are bad things, but we seem to be lacking at the number one way that people can hurt ag, which is cybersecurity. And I don't see, and I know that we're not going to announce how we do our cybersecurity, but I don't see how we are really addressing it in a way that makes me feel secure that it's handled. I mean, I know I go back to things like, again, during the pandemic, we didn't even blink twice when the Russian mafia and the Nigerian crime rings stole millions of dollars of taxpayer money infiltrating our system. We know that NDEE had unsecure sites, and it wasn't until I talked about it on the mic that it was no longer that way. That we have had little bits and pieces that in 2024 should be handled, and again, we should have an IT committee, that I don't see being handled. Shouldn't cybersecurity be a part of this bill, Senator Bostar, in your personal opinion, or not?
So, I mean, I think to some extent it is. Now, is this legislation the final question on everything, the final answer on everything that we need to do? No, absolutely not. But, you know, it does go into procurement for the state and political subdivisions relating to networks, equipment, information technology, things of that nature. And it does, you know, there is an element where the committee would be able to evaluate exposure and risks related to cybersecurity. But, you know, does this solve every problem? No, it doesn't. I think it improves things greatly. But, and I'm also not saying that I wouldn't entertain recommendations to add sections to this. So if you come up with something, I'm happy to look at it.
Thank you, Senator Bostar. And I think that's something that maybe we should talk about some more because I feel we have a deficit in that area. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Blood and Senator Bostar. To Speaker Arch for an announcement.
Colleagues, the legislature will stand at ease now until 6:30. Thank you.